the Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess. About openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps. Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 7th round of the FIDE candidates. After the rest day, the players are back. Jan Nepomniachtchi is leading the pack, half a point ahead of Fabiano Caruana. And we have, as every day, has to be said, a bunch of exciting pairings today. We have Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces against Rapport. Caruana has the white piece against Radjabov. So we'll focus on their battle and, of course, everything else that happens. To talk us through all the action is the legend, the greatest female player of all time, Judit Polgar. How are you today?
Hi, happy birthday to you.
Thank you, thank you.
First of all, this is the first thing to say, and I'd like to welcome all our viewers. I'm pretty sure we are going to have again an extremely fun day with the pairings of the 7th round. Looks really amazing as well.
Let's jump right into them. Rapport Nepomniachtchi. I have an idea what your prediction will be. Their overall score?
I will say Rapport wins finally.
Was about time. It's interesting because we all know that in the last candidates tournament, Jan Nepomniachtchi also had 4.5 out of 6, then went on to lose game number 7 with the black pieces. Will history repeat itself? He's looked very, very solid. So I'll go with a draw, but I'm very curious what will happen.
You're not telling me that you go with a draw. I can't believe it.
If you choose a Rapport win, I'll pick a draw for a change.
I thought you were going to pick Nepo, so he takes a bigger lead.
No, we need some excitement. Although, even if he wins today, the tournament would be far from over, of course. Then we have Duda Nakamura.
Well, Nakamura has +1 so far against Duda, but I think it's going to be very messy game. But you know what? Let's say I pick Nakamura.
Interesting. Duda, yeah, he's looked solid so far, but this last round he got caught in the opening and then was outplayed by Nepomniachtchi. He had a rest day to think about it. I'll take a draw.
You're surprising me. You're surprising me. And then we have Ding against Firuza. What do you think? You say first.
I'll go with 1-0 here.
Oh
Ding
my
is
God, you
overdue
make a decisive result.
to win a game. And Ali Reza, yeah, he must be shaken up after this white loss to
You mean
Caruana.
Ding wins?
I think Ding will win.
I also predict Ding will win.
Fair
But
enough.
maybe it's his last chance, I must say.
Yeah, he's still on -1 if he doesn't win today. He's running out of rounds. You need +3 or at least to be in the running, I would guess. So it's about time. Then we have
Caruana against Radjabov.
Hmm.
Well, I take Caruana, you know.
Yeah. Radjabov has looked a little shaky in his Berlins and Italians recently, but now the tournament, now he's played a few games, must have repeated his files many a time. I'll take the surprising draw in this one, but tempting to say 1-0. Not sure.
Also.
So, as usual, you have 4 decisive results. I have a bunch of draws and believe in Ding, who never wins, though, so far.
It was funny that I was discussing with some friends yesterday. I was visiting some people, and then they tell me, what do I think about Rapport's 6 draw? How is it possible? And I said, oh my God, I didn't even think about that. The way he plays, the excitement he gives during the game, I was just about to forget that actually he didn't win or lose any single game, no decisive game. But look what we have.
Petro.
With Fabiano, no, I'm just looking the 2-6.
Did this really happen? Radjabov goes C5, A6?
Unexpected.
That's very unexpected. If it really happened, I need a visual confirmation. This is so rare and not supposed to be very good if white plays C3 or C4 or G3. The main point of this A6 move is after D4 you can take and now play knight F6, knight C3, E5, which is supposed to be fine. You stop knight DB5 and then bishop B4 will come. Or knight F5, I guess D5. But it's almost never seen at the top levels because white is just supposed to be better after C3. Or yeah, the other moves I mentioned. So that'd be a shocker.
Well, at the same time, people, of course, they want to surprise each other, especially in case of Fabiano, I think, because he's considered amongst also Carlsen, the world champion, said that he's the best prepared from this tournament from theoretical point of view. Of course, everybody is well prepared, but he always has some new ideas, and it's understandable that you want to go out of his preparation as much as possible and as early as possible, right? Which is, of course, a huge challenge, I must say. But Radjabov, I think, I don't know how can he get over on the opportunity he missed against Rapport with bishop h2 in the previous round. How would you take it if you would miss such an opportunity in an important event?
No, it must sting. He mentioned it wasn't too bad because he hadn't thought about it at all. So it's not like he felt there was a real option of it happening. I do not know. As a chicken, losses often hurt more than missed opportunities to win a game. So I've missed plenty, and you get a bit used to it, but it must still be painful going into the rest day. He could have been back in the tournament at 50%. We don't know. A6, it's a shocker. I agree with everything. His E4, E5 openings haven't looked so great. Of course, you want to surprise Fabi, get him out of book and thinking quickly, not be shown what line he's prepared for the Berlin today. But he's paying a high price. I mean, it's not developing a piece. It's not quite 1A6 like Tony Miles played, but it's fairly close. Let's see what Fabi does. Have you faced this? Have you had to play against 2A6?
I played, yeah, I think not even only one, but some few games I had. Yeah, I think I played c3.
Yeah, that's the main reply. When black can either go d5 and then takes, queen takes, but you play this alapin with a pawn on a6.
And the problem is that on b6 there is a weakness for black, so it's not ideal for black. You wouldn't go a6, but it's not so awful either. And honestly, it's not necessarily what Fabiano's mindset is to play this kind of structure. It's basically an alapin 2c3 Sicilian, right?
Yeah, I'm not even sure if Radjabov would go here. You can also play e6, d4, d5. And then white has to decide if he wants to play a good version of the, whatever it's called, advanced French, or play ed5. But here after ed, at least a6 makes some sense for these structures. So I'm curious. Also
well,
g3,
we'll
serious move. We'll see what Fabi decides.
We'll see what Fabi, how he's going to be reacting, because most of the time his reaction is pretty good on a surprise.
Yeah.
But this is kind of tricky because do you think Fabi wants to win desperately today, or just moderately he wants to push?
I think he wants to win, but not desperately. I think he was being genuine when he gave these statements before the tournament, that it's a marathon, not a sprint, and that he has the experience and he knows you don't have to push too hard, too early, and so on. So, of course, it's a white game against someone who's been mildly struggling the last two events he played. Of course, he wants to win, but I don't think he's going to change his style and do anything too crazy.
Let's go to some other boards. What do you think? Because I think he will be still thinking for a few minutes. Here we have at Rapport Nepo, we have some good old classical Petrov line.
Yeah, no surprises there.
No
Nepomniachtchi
surprises.
in the lead.
Goes
back to the Petrov. But now he plays his World Championship line. We've seen him play this line against Nakamura with not great success. He got a very dodgy position after leaving the opening. So now he's back to this line, which he must have checked in every single detail for the World Championship match, where he played this. And he's saying, Richard, I know you're a great creative player, but have you really spent all your time on the Petrov recently trying to find an idea in this very forcing line? Let's see what Rapport does. Goes queen to b3. Not the main move, but I'm sure this has been seen quite a bit as well. I always mix up the move orders here instantly, so I'll look it up.
Actually, I'm not sure I ever played queen b3. I always played knight c3, I think. Or rook e1.
Yeah, exactly. Rook e1 is more typical. And then if the bishop goes out after, let's say, bishop f5, now you can go queen b3, hitting the pawn. But queen b3 directly is rare.
Well, the idea is to tie down, right? The c8 bishop.
I would guess so. Didn't work because the bishop went to g4.
So what is it? Knight d2? Because queen b7, bishop f3, I guess.
I do
That's
not know.
not going to be fun for white.
Bishop takes e4, de, knight g5. That's going to happen. So he's prepared a forcing line. Nepomniachtchi didn't seem surprised. If you're surprised, you don't blitz out bishop g4.
Well, yeah, I mean, this kind of concrete things you have to know, right?
Yeah, queen b3, bit of a sideline.
With both colors, you have to know. I mean, suddenly it becomes very concrete. Is it bishop, queen c7 going to be the next move?
Bishop e7, I think. No idea what's wrong with queen c7, but the game's played, bishop e7 was played here. We can have a look at this.
Maybe simply knight takes e4 and then bishop h2, king h1.
See here.
Yeah. Knight
Yeah,
c3.
Maybe white is a bit better, the center and so on.
Well, still not so simple, right? Knight d7 immediately, or takes on c1 and knight d7. But
we'll find out. Could also be h3 possibly.
h3, bishop f5, and the knight can be in trouble on g5. Knight c3, rook e8, rook e1.
Try to have it land here. Yeah. Maybe white is on time.
True. Is not after knight g5? Are there games?
Yeah, there are 4 games. Bishop e7 has been played here.
Any strong players?
I think it's correspondence. It also looks like a typical correspondence position. Yeah, only correspondence games here. But strong correspondence players. So what could happen? It looks like it's a very forcing line, actually. If takes here.
Takes, queen takes d4, knight
Queen
c3.
takes. The games were, or one of the games was takes.
But can't you go now queen e4 and bishop h3?
h3.
No, yeah, bishop h3. It's not gonna work, right?
Take.
I thought you give it check on g6, then check back, f3, queen e2, knight d2, bishop d6, and f4 is my problem, yeah? Yeah. Okay.
Barely hanging in there. But also this position, like bishop d6, if you haven't checked this in great detail, it looks somewhat scary. No, to send the queen on this little tour.
And after knight c3, where do you go? Queen e5.
Of course, knight c3 wasn't played. They played queen takes a7, as you do. And no, queen g6 or queen e5, I guess. Maybe here as well.
Well, I thought you go queen e5 and bishop f3 on g3.
This doesn't look bad either, no?
Actually, we have bishop e7, knight e4 on the board.
Yeah. They did their homework.
So far, they are not spending too much time. So probably they are both have some great analysis on this, but they're both a little careful. So they're not playing immediately, right? Still, you always have your worries, even if you made your homework and made your analysis.
Also, it's typical, you probably have this on some computer screen, and of course you repeated it at some point, but maybe you haven't played it out over the board for a while. Then you have to transfer it from 2D to 3D. So often you hesitate a little bit. No, like, was this the move here?
Am I right if you ask the computer, was the evaluation 000?
I don't know, I can do it. I would guess it's 0-0. No, not yet. For starters, he thinks white is better.
Okay,
probably
but
given
those
time, and we'll get there. Yeah, now it's 0-0. No surprises.
No, I'm pretty sure that queen b7 is a draw.
Yeah,
That's
has to be forced draw.
I'm very positive. So knight c3, yeah.
Now, what has white achieved?
Oh, so boring.
No.
Bishop e3. Takes. Your pawn, a7 pawn is hanging. a6. Ah, you don't waste your time. I cannot take on a7?
How? There was also knight a6, I would guess, if we're worried about that, but it doesn't look threatening for black, does it? No, I don't know. c5 weakens a lot of squares. b6, knight a4.
Absolutely. The rook, well, yeah, rook a8, bishop b6, you cannot take on a4, too many passed pawns.
It's probably bad news here. Although
You can take on these. No, they should be huge advantage. No, I can just push a5, a6.
yeah, we don't want to deal with that guy.
Not really. Well, you can always try to play f5 to push my knight back to d2. And then to play b6. What about bishop d8?
Feels like black should be all right. It's just one pawn. We have the bishops and this guy here.
Queen b7 is played.
Richard, he's probably thinking, okay, I'll ask some questions. If you know all the answers, Jan, will be a draw today. It's the good old
It can easily be the case.
Queen e4 blitzed out. Nepomniachtchi, not very surprised. He must have repeated all these sidelines and tries like a million times preparing for Magnus, no? So to touch him in something direct here, I think it's not going to work.
Well, maybe Richard will play his 7th draw.
Today he might force it. That'd be news.
In a very short time.
Queen a8.
So what's the move now?
The move played is bishop d6.
Bishop d6. I don't like these kind of positions with white, having a queen and 2 bishops around my king. Having my queen the furthest way from my defense where it should be.
You want to see how the games went? Or one of the games at least? Bishop d6, queen a7. Now your move. Bishop h3. Gh.
So it's perpetual check.
Queen e5. No, it continues.
Okay.
Rook d1. Check.
Rook e8.
F1. No.
Queen h3.
I know why not rook e8. I guess just bishop e3. Yeah. So takes. Check. Check. Knight c3. Takes. Check. And
Queen e3,
we're back.
Queen e3 is not better for white?
My best guess is no.
Takes. A4.
I have a bunch of checks.
Oh, a bunch of checks also possible. Bishop h3 is on the board. Look at that.
Immediately.
I told you
Your
bishop.
move.
I just couldn't make it work.
Jan made it work. Or he mixed up the moves and he's now lost. That's the other option. But unlikely. He's just showing his own work, no?
Check. Check. F3.
Takes. So this, but okay. Check. King h1. Also queen d3 here and knight d2. Yeah?
Knight d2.
Okay. Huh.
You know what is strange? Maybe. No.
So check f3.
Maybe after GH, bishop c5.
GH, bishop c5.
No, but that doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense.
And Richard took.
Well, no surprise on that one.
Stopping the mate in 1. Good move. F3 might have been wrong here.
Well, there are some moves to worry about.
Even takes might be not.
I see you're enjoying it with black, with all the different alternatives how to win the game. So we have queen g6 on the board, king h1.
Yeah, now it's the big question. If queen e4 or queen d3, what's the follow-up? So far we've looked at queen e4, sorry, king h1, queen e4, f3, queen e2.
Knight d2.
Here we got stuck.
What about bishop d6, f4? Well, it looks like winning, no?
I don't know. Maybe at some point we switch back to trying to win the queen. But maybe not here. Feels slow.
Can you tell me what Richard is thinking about after queen g6? Are you really thinking about bishop g5?
He does have two legal moves, and he seems out of book, which would be strange. It was him who chose the forcing line, and bishop h3 caught him off guard. Maybe he saw these games with bishop d6, and I guess bishop d6 could also be the first computer move, so he only checked that.
Yeah, but bishop h3 is the first move you think about, right? And king h1.
Wow. Nepomniachtchi will rush back and blitz out one of these moves. I'm curious which one. Yeah, queen e4 check blitzed out.
So what do we don't understand? Tell me.
I don't know. f3.
f3.
And then what is the move?
We need to. You know what? Queen e2, knight d2, rook d8.
Rook d8.
The problem is I'm not threatening with anything, right?
Threatening much.
Because I would threaten, by the way, with rook d2 if there wouldn't be all kind of checks. No, rook d2 I'm threatening. If, let's say it would be black to move, and if you cannot go queen b7, I would go rook d2, bishop d2, bishop d6.
If I just take the pawn, for example, like I have a rook up.
Yeah, that queen f2 is nasty. I agree.
Well, first of all, Richard's gonna think. If we go here, you go here as well. Yeah? I'm still trying to trap that queen. Can I do this?
Now it's...
This is a better version here, because in the other, with bishop d6, queen e7, you need one more move.
So now knight a6 is this threat. Okay.
How is this position? Could still be better for
Knight
white,
e4, knight
a4. Yeah.
Takes, king takes.
Some move.
f5.
f5.
I don't know. Maybe it's too optimistic, but knight on e4 is not bad.
Yeah, I was gonna go rook d1, but then queen e6 is a bit unpleasant. Strange position. Probably it's 0-0-0 as usual, but
yeah, but this is exactly the kind of 0-0-0 where you can go wrong in every single move in the next 20 moves. So this is not a big help for yourself that, okay, I know that I'm okay, it's a balanced position. Because it's not so easy to understand what are the plans should be done.
no, I agree. Also, let me tell you what Richard is thinking right now as a fellow pessimist. He's thinking, ugh, I didn't look at this bishop h3. If I play f3, he will blitz out more moves. I've already played 6 tough games. Maybe it's time to go king g1 back and make a draw.
Hold on. If I go f3, what about queen c4?
92.
Queen h6.
You're still trying to trap the poor queen. So maybe 92 is not the way. Rook e1, bishop h4. Maybe this.
Oh. Are you sure?
Never.
Well, I can still go queen h6.
Then bishop e3 was my big plan.
Okay, this I underestimated. So after king g2, bishop c5, knight d2, queen a6, or queen e2, king h1, queen a6. Again.
Hard to stop. If knight c3, queen a6 again, yeah. Yeah, king g2, maybe isn't.
Actually, it's a very annoying position to handle. If it's a new position for you, I mean, can you imagine you get a check on e4 and then you're thinking what to do?
That's what I'm saying. Like, if he doesn't prepare this and it looks like he's in deep thought, then there must be some temptation to just go back and call it a game, no?
Yeah, but it's not a good feeling.
No, with white, he wouldn't be happy. But I don't think it will improve his chances to play f3 here and be shown 10 more computer moves. Yeah, Jan did his homework. Can't be caught in any sidelines.
Well, this is again something, could be still a preparation from the World Championship match, right?
For sure, of course it is. Yeah, they must have checked every single line in this bishop d3, bishop d6, which is why I thought, yeah, people wouldn't try to touch him here.
Usually, for how long a challenger is recharged in openings after playing a World Championship match, you think?
I don't know for the challengers, but I do know for Magnus that I think the year afterwards, at least in 2018, where the match, okay, the openings didn't go so well, but then in 2019, when the match was over, he had a great year, no, like beating people a lot in these Sveshnikovs and with white as well. So I would guess it will last for around half a year till a year. And here, Nepomniachtchi clearly must still be having a lot of stuff that hasn't been shown.
But was it, you think it was probably in the old times, let's say 10, 15 years before, probably those preparations for the World Championship matches, they would be charged for a longer period because of the engine missing out of the preparation, no?
I would think so, yeah, because nowadays anybody in the topic alliance can reach similar conclusions fairly quickly by pushing the button, while you couldn't do that in the old days. But still, it's this completeness and knowing everywhere and having small ideas here and there, which people usually don't have, like when they just play tournaments. And we can see it here. Rapport tries to test him in a sideline, hoping to surprise him with queen b3. And instead, he's the one who ends up being surprised because he didn't check this move, bishop h3. Although, yeah, this is a bit sloppy homework. If you're going for this position, as you said, bishop h3 is the first move that comes to mind. Also,
yeah, for me, that is what comes to mind first.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, I'm sure a computer will show it, maybe not as first, but as second line. Let's see. Yeah. No, my computer shows it after 2 seconds as 0, 0, 0. So that is
I gave you bishop h3 without 2 seconds.
That is true. That is true. That's absolutely true.
It's the first thing.
Polgar 0 seconds, Stockfish 2 seconds.
I don't know. The rest of the calculation, I'm afraid, is going to be a bit smaller because I don't have my remote processor. I only
but you have the same line. Your instincts are right on point there. And yeah, now if the computer switched on, it gives f3, queen d3, 0, 0,
yes,
0.
Then 0, 0, 0. But why not knight queen c4? He says it's
queen
just
c4, king g2, bishop c5, knight c3, queen a6. This we had. And rook e1. That's pretty.
And rook e8.
I didn't see that one. That's the point.
And let's go back to queen d3. Queen d3. The one you said, queen d3 and queen d7.
And yeah, king g2, it's either a perpetual.
But look at that king g2 is a perpetual, but knight d2, queen d7 are a reverse.
Yeah.
Clearly reverse.
Interesting. It could be, no, with stupid king.
Well, we can even say it's
way to
false
argue.
according to the computer, right?
Yeah, minus 150, it says. That's quite serious. So Richard has nothing better than a perpetual here either way, either directly or after f3, queen d3, king g2. Yeah, not his finest workday preparation, rest day preparation, or he just felt like, okay, Nepomniachtchi is in great shape. I need a little break to recharge, and I'll make a draw here. Or maybe he was just throwing the pieces around with Lubojevic, whom he's there with, and I say, you know what, queen b3, take here. Let's see what happens. But no, that's not how it went. Let's have a look at the other games, where in Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Hikaru Nakamura, checkmate is threatened.
What's going on there? Oh, f5, beautiful move. I love that.
Beautiful. Wow. I instantly thought, what a horrible move. He's weakening e5, all these squares, like we have very different reactions to
But it's very,
move.
very typical in this kind of game.
I would never do it.
Like f5.
Depends. In the Marshall, I'll play it. But
You wouldn't play it. You would go g6. Or
I'm
knight
not sure what the alternative is here. My instinct would be knight f6 or knight g6, yeah.
No, but knight f6, bishop g5, and you're trouble.
Am I? Then knight g6?
Oh, you have your pin there, knight, I don't know. D. Is it about time to play h4?
Yeah, I was very much gearing up, and it might be like h6 takes and h5.
I'm not sure I
Could be trouble.
take. I just, I can take an h5 win.
Yeah.
I was considering even h5 immediately if it wouldn't win.
No need.
H4.
Yeah.
Don't think longer.
Yeah, the point is here, the poor horsey can't really go anywhere because of the mate. So f5, huh?
Yeah. No, because for white, he's knight on e2. Of course, if it would be on f3, that would be another story, right?
Sure.
Black is controlling the f4 square. Black is ready to play queen c7 at some point. Even knight f6 sometimes. And bishop c6. No, because after f5, it's absolutely for 3 results, I think.
I don't know.
You're still not impressed.
I'm not convinced.
You're still very skeptical.
Weakening, very skeptical. So if I go bishop b3, this bishop has
Bishop
done
c6.
his job. Bishop c6.
And don't forget that anyway, Hikaru is making these decisions. You can say dubious or interesting or whatever, but he already did against Ding. He felt that he wanted to provoke, and he went to the direction of keeping the game alive to give an opportunity to make a mistake for Ding, because he knows that he has to win, right? I mean, he's right now 50%. If once he wins a game, then you never know, right?
Yeah.
I mean, after half of the tournament is done, you are +1, you can do pretty well. And every game is tough. So, I mean, Jan-Krzysztof is a great player, but we can say also that he's not the most experienced in this field.
Yeah,
And
he's probably
he's
a little
not
down after he lost the last game. So, no, I agree with mixing it for sure. Just moving the F pawn, it's a high price to mix it.
At the same
Maybe.
time, you can see that Hikaru was spending quite some time already, more than 20 minutes, by Jan-Krzysztof kind of, he's probably still in his preparation.
Yeah, maybe f5 took him out. But yeah, it's a curious position. I'm not sure what pieces I want to exchange. Bishop g5.
Yeah, but this
knight
is the
d5,
thing that
bishop
it's
b3.
a very,
Some
very
decisions.
complicated middle game.
Yeah.
You have so many alternatives, bishop g5, bishop b3. Should you exchange on d5, let's say, and after knight d5, knight c3, for example? That's also an option.
Yeah, I thought about this, but then
Somehow to
my martial instincts said maybe I don't want the queen here.
Oh, g3.
This looks like a marshal. Finally, now I'm back on board with the black position. No, anyway, let's go through it very quickly. So it was the Nimzo. Hikaru plays the Nimzo, bishop d3. Here's c5, slightly curious, because d5 is a bit more popular than c5. The reason being that if you start with d5 and white goes knight e2 is in the game, now you can take here and play c5, which is considered to be quite safe.
But he doesn't want to play safe. He wants to provoke things, Nakamura, today.
I don't know. He does play the repertoire. He always plays the Nimzo. If white plays queen c2, I mean, I'm not sure he will be able to provoke, but we'll find out. I do agree that he's looking for a victory. And c5 played, knight e2, d5, cd, cd, ed, knight d5. This is still mainstream theory. Knight c6, a3, bishop d6. I had this position recently in Bundesliga. My opponent played the very exciting knight takes d5. Was a reasonably quick draw, but rook e1 is somewhat more ambitious, like keeping the choices. And now, yeah, Hikaru does go for the ambitious option, stopping knight takes d5. But here would have been hard for him.
Well, if you play with black, you can't avoid every opportunity where white can simplify, right?
I understand. No, I did the same thing. Bishop e7 is no longer...
I played a lot the isolated pawn coming out from Karakan-Panov.
Yeah.
And I know when I played against not such an expert, I could win games sometimes easily or with very convincingly. But when I was playing it against Karpov, let's say, it was by far not so convincing. And it was not always the case that I kept my small advantage. Maybe I went wrong in a move or two, and then he took over. So it's a very complicated structure. It looks sometimes very innocent, but after all, it's an isolated pawn. So if you don't have attack and energy in white's play, then you can easily get some problem as well.
Yeah, let's see what they got.
Let's see what's going
to d6. And here we are.
Yeah. Let's go to the game of Fabiano Radjabov, because there are some actions. Real action.
Looks like Fabi got surprised, and Fabi didn't back down as usual. He played c4, which is also a principled move. Most people prefer c3, but c4, yeah, intending to play Samarazzi structure is a very normal choice as well. And this I've never seen what Radjabov does. Very interesting. He goes knight c6.
Yeah, d4.
d4, again, principled, not necessary. I guess after knight c3, black goes e5 and then argues. This knight is maybe misplaced for like d6, g6. These type of positions. Although I'm sure that could be investigated as well, but d4 takes e5. We should remember that a younger Radjabov, he was a big fan of the Kalashnikov, no? Is this called? I think it's called Kalashnikov.
Absolutely. No, he played the Kalashnikov.
Similar.
But he played
also, but yeah, this as well. Yeah. And it's somewhat similar vibe, but here after c4, of course, a different position. And yeah, Fabi, as always, very principled. He's not backing down, but he got caught today. Knight f5, d5.
d5, what a move. But it cannot be novelty, can it?
I don't know. I can look it up. So e4, c5, knight f3, a6, rare line, c4, knight c6. Oh no, that's as usual. There's a million games that I had never seen. 651 games still with e5 and 87 still with d5. Oh, I wasn't aware of this at all. There are even some some high-level encounters here. Dominguez against Li Chao, Wesley versus Artemiev, Federzoni against Andreikin. Okay, some games. So C takes d5. Bishop takes ef, knight d4.
Well, it seems like Radjabov really caught Fabiano in his preparation. It doesn't look so bad with black either, no? Knight f6, queen d5, bishop development, d4 knight is always healthy.
Yeah. And bishop d3 played. Knight c3 is more popular in the games. I can see in my database, but bishop d3.
You don't want to give away the pawn?
You give away this one.
That one, yeah.
Let's see how Radjabov reacts. Fabi spent half an hour and played maybe, at least according to the database, the not most critical move here, bishop d3. But it's also, you can't bluff him, no? If you play something, he will try to find the most critical way and not back down. It's, yeah, I guess also a strength.
Well, this is a very important skill, that how do you react if they surprise you, even though it doesn't happen very often because your preparation is incredibly well done, but still you get a surprise. And then because some people, for example, react much faster on a surprise because they didn't they don't want to show it that they got as a surprise. But I think Fabi, he doesn't have this. He just wants to make sure that he knows what he's doing. He calms down. He switches his mindset that, okay, this is going to be a different game than expected, and switching to another mode.
Yeah, we've seen it in the last round as well, where I'm not sure how surprised he was. Alireza played this move 6 queen d3 against him. But Fabi, yeah, took his time. Played all the principal moves calmly.
In the meantime, we have a repetition with Rapport.
They repeated once.
I made a poll on my Instagram, and I asked whether Rapport is going to be avoiding the draw. And 100% they think that he's going to be playing on. What an image.
That's great. They're wrong, unfortunately, but they do believe in him, and he is a fighter. Here, I just don't think there's anything to gain.
Yeah, but maybe it's just he's also a sensible guy after all.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this is the way that he was able to be part of the top 10 for quite a long time already, that he's not making irresponsible decisions. And this would be if he did not make his homework. It's a very understandable decision that he goes for a draw because he trusts, obviously, Nepomniachtchi has to know what he's doing. Obvious for him as well that it's part of his World Championship preparation. It's most likely that he can only, it's much more danger for him to lose this after deviating with f3 and going to this queen d3 and queen d7, giving up his queen. And it's also not very tempting to play. So it's a very logical reaction, right? It's not that he wants to. I mean, obviously, he wanted to win, I guess.
And also, as usual, it's easy to criticize, saying he should have checked this, blah, 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 play something else. But we also had the last 2 World Championship matches staring at lines in the Petrov, and if you check them further, of course, black is holding. So it's always much easier to say, yeah, do something else than to say what should be done against the Petrov. I have no idea either. But Nepomniachtchi, yeah, he didn't sweat much today yet, like at least not because of the position here. And I'd be surprised if Richard doesn't go king g1.
No, I think it's simply he has to let it go this game.
Yeah.
I mean, if he wants, because let's face it, if he makes a draw, then still he has the next 7 rounds. And halfway through the tournament, with 50%, he showed that he plays not bad chess at all. apart from being extremely interesting and creative. So everybody knows in the tournament that when they play against Rapport, it can be 3 results. They cannot make sure that it's going to be a safe game. As we've seen, one of the greatest examples we had the other day, 2 rounds ago, when he played with the black pieces against Fabiano, right, in the Sicilian, where his pawn was on b2, and it was an exceptional, interesting perpetual check. He has these games, right? Perpetual check, very interesting. Then repetition of moves, very interesting.
Another perpetual check coming in today. But
Yeah.
no, I agree. He's certainly delivered a lot of entertainment. He has a slightly different style than everybody else, and he's comfortable playing these weird positions. So he's been a good addition. And yeah, losing this game would mean he would have -1 and Nepomniachtchi would have +4, which is a lot to catch up in 7 games. While drawing, there's still a chance. Of course, winning would be great.
Oh, Nepo would have +3.
No, he has +3 now. If he lost today, if he won today, I mean, he would have +4.
Ah, he has +3 already.
Yeah, it's 4.5 out of 6.
Wow. Wow.
Fabi +2, and nobody else is in plus. +3, by the way, in chess lingo means that you won 3 more games than you lost. It doesn't. It's not connected to how many rounds have been played or anything. So if you have 6 out of 9, we call +3. If you have 4.5 out of 6, we call +3. People often ask. And so 4 out of 6 is +2.
Yeah, it's logical. I mean, for us, it's very, very obvious, but yeah, we have these expressions, yeah, +3 and the advantage of 1.3.
Yeah. No, it's +3 you don't even think about, but if you hear it for the first time, like I often get asked, what does it mean? Because I always use it without thinking about it. Yeah. -1. -1 means you lost 1 more game.
Ding game.
Let's go.
Let's go, because Ding, I think, has his last chance in the tournament, I believe, if we can call it a chance. But okay, let's say if he would win this game, he's going to 50%, and then if some miracle happens, he can still fight for if a good form Ding comes back for the second round of the candidates, then he can fight possibly for the first place.
Sure. Let's have a look at the opening. Bishop c5. This is a very principled move, actually. If you just click through, it doesn't look like much, but it's very interesting to the English nerds out there. Because now if you go knight c3, then black plays c6. And after knight f3, black plays e4. And play can get very, very sharp very quickly. T1 has to stop d5. So Ding plays d3, which looks very unassuming, and in a way it is. But his point is that now he can meet c6 with knight f3 without allowing black to occupy the center so easily. So these guys, they know their stuff. Castles pawn to a5, another interesting decision. Now even moving the pawn for the second time, he changes the structure to more of a King Zinnia structure, although of course there's no bishop here. But long term, this is nice for white. Let's see what Alireza has prepared. With a4, you can't take. b1, queen a5, knight c2.
It looks like a very nice position for white, isn't it?
I also like it, yeah. Black has to act quickly. If white gets, I don't know, bishop d2 and b3 or b4, can be in real big trouble.
Well, even sometimes bishop g5 can be unpleasant. Of course, for the moment, it's not possible to bishop f2, but generally speaking, and I also like it that white has not e4 yet.
Yeah.
It's absolutely no need, though maybe black wants to provoke it by playing bishop f5 or something.
Yeah, that was also my first instinct. I guess white can ignore it, no? Like bishop d2 anyway. We don't need e4 yet.
But can I go queen a6? Or are you gonna go?
No, I just wanted b3 or b4. Let's say b3.
Yeah.
No, I like these structures for white. Of course, it's also a matter of what you're used to. But if black doesn't manage to get something direct here, it can be very unpleasant. Like, I don't know, some d5, some well-timed counterplay. Bishop f5 on the board. Alireza also hopes to provoke e4. To his credit, his spirit is not broken. He's still trying to play interesting, sharp positions with the black pieces, which I'm sure Ding also won't mind.
Well, for Alireza, I mean, he's so young with such a little experience. He must be extremely hungry to test the greatest players in the world, right?
Yeah. Also, clearly, he's done a lot of homework for this event. He's shown a lot of fresh ideas. Just it hasn't paid off yet.
What about bishop d2, queen a7? That's what I'm gonna do.
All the way back.
It's Ding's queen, yeah, because he likes to have his queen on a7 with the black pieces. But I want to go somehow knight g4.
Always looking for the king.
That's the direction I'm looking for.
Okay, so let's say takes.
Knight g4. Maybe I'm extremely slow, of course. And after e3. But rook a1, knight a6, b4. You can go b4, starting with b4.
Yeah, looks.
Well, of course, these positions can be dangerous for black, right? Because the pieces are not very well placed.
No.
Maybe knight a6, prophylactical decision. On b4, bishop c2.
We play slowly. 5, I guess.
Bishop e6.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing special. I wanted king h2, but maybe you can take the pawn.
Why not?
Yeah, I was hoping to trap the queen somehow, but it's not being trapped. No, that's not so clear. Some boring move, but black is more or less developed all of a sudden.
Again, we have very interesting openings and positions.
All the time, yeah, really can't complain.
No.
Not a lot of.
Interesting, you know, that for years there were so many people telling me, including Bortish, for example, already for many years, or other players also, professionals, but also amateur players are asking me whether, because of the engines, isn't the game going to be dying and it's not interesting? And already for quite a few years, I feel the opposite, you know? Because simply the work the players are doing, they get encouraged to play such a positions which before they would say that, no, I don't have the self-confidence, I just don't trust it. So now we have positions which is very complicated.
No, I agree. I'm biased, of course, because if I work on chess or if I'm involved in chess, it's usually with engine work, but it does help you to go into so many directions that you didn't think you could go into before as well. So
yes, but you know, for example, I remember in the late 90s when the engines already was part of preparation. I know whether I talk about Anand or Kramnik or on the top level, and you could see very short draws to start with, because somehow they felt that, well, they know everything about this opening. They don't want to play it out because, well, it's drawish. Why not? And now you don't see these kind of short draws. Apart from the fact, I understand that you're not allowed also to offer a draw under move 40. But somehow the game is changing because of this rule, because of the engines, because the players have a different attitude and mindset towards the opening and middle game. And we are seeing practically every day one game is more interesting than the other one. I'm not saying they are all sound and they play the best moves, but it's part of the game and part of the entertainment to see blunders or dubious moves, right?
Yeah. No, we certainly can't complain about the level of entertainment here every day. I'm not sure if it's, I think I agree with the point that the engines, they also allow you to go into all these directions. But from the books I read, they also proclaimed chess was dead in 1927. No, like, okay, we know everything about the Queen's Gambit. There are no other decent openings. We have to make draws, keep making draws here. And Capablanca, Yechin, I think the debate will show up once in a while, depending on how drawish top chess currently is. But right now, things look exciting, no? And this new generation?
Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to jump into the game, back to the Jan-Krzysztof Duda game against Hikaru Nakamura, because bishop b3 was played, which I think we were talking about that. And interesting that he did not go bishop c6, but went queen b6.
Bishop g5, no, in this construction. Won't be easy to keep up, maybe?
Maybe. But I want to see if, after queen b6, if bishop takes d5.
Yeah.
I guess you want to play knight takes d5. Knight takes, e takes, bishop f4.
Yep, I would blitz these out.
And the question is how black is going to be reacting. Is it rook e8? Or bishop?
Can you go here? Just try to get rid of the stupid bishop.
Queen g3. Bishop d6.
Here, still unpleasant. Very unpleasant.
Oh, it's very unpleasant, I must say. Unless you go f4, but then queen f4. That's the only move, I guess. But that's the pawn.
Yeah, and a super bishop that will sit on e5.
Well, that's a superhero.
Yeah. G3. No, I don't like this for black. So you're saying rook e8 directly?
Well, probably that should be the move. But then I take on d6, takes a knight c3, controlling the e4 square. But of course, I'm very far away from the beautiful square of e5.
Can't have everything, but white has to be better, no? Like with
I don't know, f4.
pawns here.
Queen f3?
F3 or queen f3. Let's try this.
Well, bishop c6 is not something I want to play, but I do.
Choice. Yeah, not sure how much it is, but
well, is it
big white? No, you don't think so?
You know, I have this crazy idea always when I see a position which is not obvious who is better. Like, what would you be your judgment if you paint the pieces to the other side? So white setup would be black and black setup would be white. Because
That's interesting.
I tend to think and experience it many times that we say that white is better or black is, well, mainly white is better because we just think that white is aiming always for an advantage. And then we think that still it's okay. So it's only white should be playing for a win, let's say. That we say it more times if it's a drawish, equalish position on white side that it can be better.
It's also a very good way to look at openings sometimes. Like if you try it with colors reversed, if you think about the Caruana, like e4, c6, d4, d5, but if you try it from white's perspective, c3, e5, d3, d5, d4, then it feels completely different. No, with like in that position, pawn to e5 or pawn to e4. With white, it's the ambitious move, grabbing space. If you play with black, it feels insane. No, you allow bishop f4, e3, c4. and white is pushing. So it's very interesting just to get rid of these stereotypes that white is playing for a win.
But, you know, for
Change the pieces
example,
around.
I would consider it very interesting if they would make a tournament where simply black starts.
Yep. No, because the pattern recognition, it's so connected to the color of the pieces, no, that it feels
Yeah.
very, very different. I've heard other very strong players also saying they like to do this just to think about openings, what moves are logical. If you put up the same position with colors reversed, and it really feels very different. But here, would you like this with colors reversed? I would still think, ugh, stupid bad bishop on c3.
Actually, we should have this feature in this chess programs where you can just color the opposite color, the pieces, right? And then we could, no, okay, but we can switch colors, right? On the sides, but I just want to switch the colors of the pieces.
It's a good feature. I agree.
Hope to have this for next time.
Yeah. Can we have it till tomorrow? The positions on the board. Bishop f4.
Well, okay, this
super
is
logical. You need to stop f4. Yeah, get rid of the good bishop. Rook a8 also played. And we're headed down that road. Now there's other moves, no? Queen g3 maybe.
The problem is with queen g3, I go bishop takes f4, knight f4, then all the white pawns are hanging. And if you go queen f4, then rook e4 and rook e8, and black has incredible activity.
Yeah, no, I don't want that.
Black doesn't even dream of something. I take on d4.
Here you take on d4, yeah, that's nah. Nothing special, great. So what else is there? Queen f3. It's a bit clumsy. Maybe.
I have one question. What do you play? But probably it's not a good question, but I still ask it. Can white sacrifice the pawn by playing bishop e5?
See, takes.
Yeah, and I wanted knight d4, but suddenly my problem is that you can go rook e4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is definitely not an option. Maybe queen d2 I go here. Queen d2, that's going to be my move. Yeah. So I want to have space for my knight. Bishop d6, knight f4, knight d3, knight e5. Little kind of dreaming, I understand. That's what you're going to tell me, that it's dreaming. No. And it's not my birthday, it's your birthday, so you should be dreaming about knight on e5.
That'd be quite a gift. No, I like queen d2, just stabilizing, keeping the knight's route open. I like it for white.
I think queen d2 is a good move.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Right. Well, still, let's say bishop b5. Because now I think tempis will count quite a lot, because that's the big challenge, how white can regroup his knight.
Can we go this way now?
Bishop c4. Bishop e5.
I wanted
to
do this maybe. Put a rook here. Maybe Petrosian will blitz out rook e4.
Well,
could be a good move. Yeah.
It's something to be checked, I must say.
Yeah. Because if white gets this, it will just be pressure, no?
Okay, you go rook e4, knight takes e4. Though white can play g3 first, just to wait after knight to rook e4, yeah. Seems like already everybody is extremely clever. You sacrifice the exchange, I'm not taking it.
Yeah, not sure. Okay, rook f8 might be stupid. I guess black has drawing chances, but he's worse probably. No, like I
Yeah,
will
I mean,
always have threats to get rid of this bishop and win a pawn and so on.
I mean, after all, it's an exchange up, right?
Yeah.
Rook e3.
Yeah. Is Richard still thinking, or are they done?
Well, he's still thinking, but it's not clear about what anymore.
We'll see. Let's have a look at Caruana. So he went bishop d3, queen takes d5, knight c3. Not afraid to lose this pawn. I guess bishop e4 would be bad news for black.
Queen h3, let's go on a bit.
Takes.
Okay, rook b8. Oh. Oh, that I forgot about. No,
It's
then this
dangerous.
queen a4 I don't like.
So
No.
he went back. Queen d7, castles. What's going on now? Pawns are equal. White has the two bishops, but black
Yeah,
has
but White is
decent
also-
pieces.
White is also fast playing rook e1.
Yeah, that's the question. Black can't put all the pieces on the squares he would like to. This rook e1 is coming. Knight takes f5. Looks too greedy even for me. Not sure what the punishment is, but it feels wrong, doesn't it?
Rook e1. Well, the punishment is to start with you cannot. Wow. Wow, you can do this.
It's legal. Don't know if good. 95.
Well, knight d5 just takes it, right?
Yeah. Takes king.
Takes
A.
king b8.
Still a strange position. No, just making random moves, frankly. But knight takes f5 does look a bit excessive somehow. But what else? Can we bring the pieces out normally?
Yeah, that's the thing. That for black it can be very
annoying.
dangerous because what can you do? Bishop d6 also rook e1. How do you develop?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe whatever you do, you have to think in long castle ideas. You will not castle short because you will not have enough time.
Looks like it, no? There's no world in where all this happens. Not f6, rook
So what
e1
about
comes.
castle long now? Knight f6. No, I go knight f6.
Sorry, knight f6, rook e1, long castle.
Rook e1, long castle.
Oh, here we are. Rook e1, castles. Oh.
Bishop g5 probably the move because rook e5 you cannot do, I think. Rook e5 was blundering some material.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Apologies. I would guess it looks nice for white.
But I'm not sure it's so fantastic. What about after bishop g5? First of all, knight f5 is possible.
Let me.
Right?
I know what I want. Just curious. Takes.
Okay.
Any tricky move here? Let's see.
What is this?
Just throwing pieces around.
You're kidding.
Yeah, I don't think it works.
Knight g7. Queen g4 and queen c4. Queen g4 f5. queen a4 and queen up.
That's nice.
Okay, so
But maybe queen f5.
Queen f5, queen c4, bishop c5, takes king b8. Still black is a pawn up, just I want to remind you.
No.
Knight d5, right? Knight f6 is on the board, by the way.
Yeah, logical move. So it's rook e1.
But after
I'm not
rook
sure the
e1,
rest
you cannot
were
go bishop d6, can you? It's also possible, by the way. And after bishop g5, let's say long castle. Though I don't need, why do I need my bishop?
Yes, I was going bishop g5 anyway, no? So this has to be
Yeah.
an improvement.
I definitely
Yes,
like
what-
this long castle idea.
Mhm. The king also feels safer on b8 than on g8 somehow, no? Like with bishop g5,
Yeah.
there will always be unpleasantness.
Interesting that now there are a lot of thinking. For example, in the Ding game, he's thinking for quite some time.
Oh, and there's news. Your Insta poll was right. I was wrong as usual. I should not transfer my
And
chicken
he went
instincts to
for
Richie. He went for
F3.
f3,
Wow.
queen d3. Blitzed out, of course, by Nepomniachtchi. The bad news for him is if he plays knight d2 here, he's worse. It's the last chance to bail out with
Yeah.
this. And then why go through all the trouble? But maybe he saw he still has king g2 and it's safe and he can think again in this position. So he's trying to keep it going.
This is the Rapport way of doing things.
Yeah.
Because after f3, he could still go queen e2 or queen c2.
What are the odds after he's blitzed to queen e4 check? That
Well, yeah. And we can see that he's just walking, walking, walking.
No, I would still guess, but I've been wrong before, that the game ends here with king g2, queen g6, king h1.
It's interesting. I rarely see Nepo in his suit. He comes in his suit in order because it's a rule that they have to wear suit, I guess.
Yeah.
And then before he sits down already, he takes it off. So you
Well,
can
that's fine,
barely
huh?
you can barely catch him and make a picture in a suit.
You have to wait at the entrance. I'm not sure what the rules are. Maybe they have to wear the suit showing up at the board, but then they can take off the jacket.
You remember?
Normally it says that in rules, no? Okay.
I don't know. Maybe they will restrict that in the first 10 minutes you cannot take off your suit. I don't know. But you remember when in the really old times, I remember in the, well, I guess it's like last century when we had maybe already later also that photographers could make pictures in the first 10 minutes and then they cut it to 5 minutes. And I remember very well when Kasparov was playing in the Olympiad, he always, and not only in the Olympiad, also in Linares and other places, there was no zero tolerance rule. So he came like 4 minutes after the start, and then he sat down and you thought that, okay, somebody from Moon came because all the flashes went to make pictures on Gary, right? Everybody was like, everybody knew that Gary's coming and we have only like 30 seconds to make the picture. Everybody's like standing there and then everybody made their picture or they couldn't. And then already the arbiter came. If the arbiter didn't come, then Gary was telling it's time.
How was it for you? Like, did it bother you when the game starts? And I'm sure you were a popular target for the photographers as well. Was it annoying?
Well, it was not annoying. It was kind of part of my life when I played well, or it was first round, and it was especially when I was a teenager. But it's not that I liked it so much. But it was kind of part of it. Mm-hmm. And generally speaking, you understand that if you're cooperative, you look in the camera, whatever, they leave you alone faster.
You didn't consider doing the Kasparov and showing up 10 minutes
No,
later.
no, that I felt that because after all, if you think about it, we should be appreciating the fact that there is an interest and they want to make professional photographers the picture, right? So it is also understandable that they have the first few minutes to make pictures and then they leave you alone. For me, it was more that maybe I didn't want to make a move or something. And then I was thinking, just waiting people to leave. And then I felt that everything is quiet again.
Yeah.
But here again, I see that I saw some pictures where the photographers were photographed, how many there are. And that's always nice to see. But after all, Spain is the heaven of chess in the world, practically. They have the most tournament organized. They have a lot of chess activities in school projects as well, but also in open tournaments or even in strong competitions sometimes.
Yeah, also a lot of chess schools like Escuelas de Ajedrez where people train and so on. It's a great place for chess. The Spanish media, and not just the chess media, but they're covering it very well. I've read articles in El Mundo, El País, all the big newspapers. They're onto it. No, it's just a great chess country.
Well,
and it's a great country in general.
It's also fantastic that it's a partner with the candidates. You can see on the walls, they have the El País, like now you see behind Fabiano's head as the El País logo.
Yeah, and also the city, no, or Municidad, whatever it is. They're really backing it.
Also, but generally, since '87, after the Kasparov-Karpov match, it started the huge boom. And but there are quite a few great journalists who are actually covering, like Leoncio Garcia. He covers practically chess in the media in the El País, and also he had many different kind of programs and all kind of things and podcasts and every opportunity what they're out there in the modern way of doing it. And practically he's daily reporting what's happening in Spain, for example, now in the candidates or in Olympiads or when it was the Queen's Gambit series, right? Or anything interesting coming up. So there is a very big presence in Spain, in the communities, in the schools, in the mayor offices usually. They are supporting chess activities and chess projects. So that is really a country where chess is treated well, generally speaking. But they also do a lot for that.
Yeah. Let's have a brief look at what's going on. Ding played rook c1. He didn't want to force anything with.
But you see, after bishop d2, he didn't put the queen.
He didn't go away.
Knight d7.
Fair enough.
But hold on. What happens if knight d5? This is what my question is.
Knight d5, yeah. Guess he goes away.
Knight e7, sorry.
Ah! Okay, we have to stop that.
I was not innocent playing knight d5.
Yeah, I was wondering where. Okay, so back.
Yeah, probably it's just okay, right? Takes and take back with the knight.
Went rook c1. Not in a hurry, but it feels like a slow move. No, this rook c1. Not sure how much I like it. Because now b4, the rook is no longer there to support. What's his point? If knight e5, then some knight jump becomes more annoying. Yeah, knight e4.
Well, I think the queen should be moving away after all.
Now, can we go queen b6 just to keep an eye on this?
Knight e3. The a4 is hanging.
Let me try greed. Not going to end well, yeah. Queen d6, yeah.
I like it for white with the bishop there.
Yeah.
And also your queen can be in trouble, can't it?
Not sure if there's a direct threat, but it looks somewhat scary.
E8?
E8 or D8?
I thought rook e8 and you tried to chop on e3. But okay, rook d8 is also very sensible.
Strange position. No, it's like this queen can be in trouble, but it's also annoying, like looking at all these pawns and keeping white a little tied up. I don't know who's better and why.
Yes, it's not so obvious what's going on.
Right, Ding got his fighting position. But also all of Alireza's pieces are now fully operational. White hasn't managed to establish this sort of grip with
Though I'm curious
E4,
what he has
E4,
planned
H3.
after queen b6.
What
Does
could
there
it be?
be
If
so
not
much?
93, pawn is hanging.
Yeah, but
Probably doesn't want to go back.
then knight e3, what we look, that's the main option, but what else? There's no other move.
Yeah, I agree.
My question,
E4, bishop G4 is bad news.
so actually knight e3 is becoming forced. Bishop g4 here.
Yeah, it's not very tempting.
Though
Not-
bishop e6 doesn't look bad at all either.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop e6 is even better.
Playing with fire. Not sure. Queen would be trapped here, but black is so active. And also bishop G4, I didn't know
No,
what
but
to do.
after b3 I can take. And take.
Ah, and I can't. I'm not trapping queen. Sorry, I'm hallucinating. You're right, of course. Yeah. Nope. So knight e3 has to be the move.
But look what happened with Rapport. He did play knight d2 after
Oh,
doing it.
he's too too brave for his own good.
But you know what I'm thinking about? That Nepo plays well, but incredible how much luck is also on his side.
This is such a gift. No, I mean, to
But
give
not
him
only this
1
one.
hour and a big advantage with black without having to think, that's too much.
But not only in this game, let's face it. I mean, in game one, okay, he played well, but Ding played completely on a much lower level than his own level, right? He didn't play as a number 2. Then when he played against Fabiano, basically Fabiano in the final position could go into sacrificing an exchange where it would be dangerous for Nepo, right? Then he has this game where obviously genius preparation, don't misunderstand me. I mean, I really think it's amazing. Of course, let's see how it will be and whether how good is it for black. And he still has to play obviously very well, but I mean, it's kind of to start this position out of your home preparation with an extra hour and +3, it's not bad.
Yeah, that's.
And then he had
the
his
dream,
game.
no? Like you
Hold
get
on.
1 hour, big advantage with black.
But he had his game also against Nakamura.
Yeah.
So against Nakamura, he was also like, well, it was quite hot.
No, I agree. Then again, it's chess. You make your own luck. No, he also against Fabi, he was resilient against Ding. Of course, he got some gifts, but it was also a position where Ding didn't seem comfortable, didn't find the best plans. But yeah, so far, Nepomniachtchi can't complain. And if he wins this one today, +4, that would be very, very serious. Of course, we're not there yet.
No.
But
And
we've
anyway,
seen-
Ricci cannot lose.
Never.
He should stay in the competition, and it's 50%.
But why is he doing this? Does he think this position is interesting, or would he just be embarrassed if it was a draw without having?
Maybe he just
think once?
Maybe he just considers that he wants to play, and then we'll see if he gets opportunity. The big question is whether how bad is it really? Why does he think that it's worth testing this position what it is when it looks? Probably he doesn't understand that it's worse, and maybe it's not so bad. Bishop takes.
No, the question is also, okay, I'm probably thinking about this too pessimistically, but can white be better? I guess it could happen. But the king is very open. Not obvious if bishop takes or king takes. No, I know the computer move was bishop takes, that's why I'm making it. But wouldn't be too obvious, no, which one to take. King takes also makes some sense.
And don't forget also in Rapport's case that actually he is here in this candidates tournament because he did a similar decision in Belgrade in the final game of his. When there was pretty equally situation, 99% that all other players would go for a draw and go for the playoff. At the same time, he just calculated and he sacrificed an exchange, which was objectively still balanced and it was a draw. But he went for it and he won. But maybe not all the time it turns out that way.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna question his fighting spirit. Just a question if it will pay off in this one. Very different situation. Nepomniachtchi hasn't thought once yet in the game. This is first decision. He knows this is, computer says -1 or something, so then you stop checking with black. And now he'll think about it.
So which move is best? King f8 or bishop
Well,
f8?
the computer gave bishop takes, we looked earlier.
King f8 looks kind of more interesting.
Yeah, both look very reasonable.
Yeah. Bishop e3.
We had f5 earlier. We could also think about taking this pawn, maybe.
But you know, it's very interesting because I have a feeling that if, let's say, white has a3 or something, maybe even after queen h3, I just go a3 and your knight is completely out of the game. You have to go from c7. I take on a7. I mean, maybe it can be in a second. Things are turning around and it's white who is playing for a win. Actually, bishop a7 immediately doesn't look too bad either.
Try this.
This is what you want. Also, you could have f5.
Yep. Richard Rapport, dressed up in deep thought, taking a lot of risks here to keep the game going. It's a bold strategy. I wonder if it will pay off for him.
Rapport shows his creativity also in his dress.
Yeah, excellently dressed. He's been getting Kurt Cobain comparisons. I've seen some pictures.
Yes. I think Timman was in the old times similar, no, with longer hair, and I know that people liked him, especially ladies, the way he was looking. And I think Rapport is this artistic figure of the chess elite now. And Aronian, of course.
Many artists.
Yeah, they show it in their dressing also.
Yeah.
After g3, takes, and rook e4.
First question, if takes, then queen d4, what's happening?
Why not?
Fair enough. Nothing special going on here. Like,
Seems so.
yep. So what else? He didn't play your move, queen d2, which looked very nice.
I still like queen d2.
Great. So what can he do here if he wants to keep the game interesting?
What about rook d1? ad1.
ad1.
A.
The rook f8.
And then rook takes e4. Are you going to do f or d4?
Not sure. Let's try f.
Though I don't see white. Why should white be better here?
Yeah, it doesn't look like, does it? I was wondering about rook ed1, but I was a bit worried. Would be too much.
The thing is that in many occasions, I think black can even just give up the d5 pawn.
Yeah, I wanted f3 to.
I mean, let's say now, if black goes rook e8.
Yeah. f3, rook e3. Yeah. No, probably asking for trouble here.
I mean, I don't know if after rook e8 you can take on d5. If queen b2.
Does that queen have enough squares? Queen d4. I keep hanging things to it.
Yeah, queen e2. Takes. And you cannot go to b7 because of bishop c6. This is the problem.
That is a great pity, but I can move the knight first, right?
Knight f4.
Knight f4.
And I go rook e7 back, and you can still not take it because e1 and bishop c6.
Give me that pawn.
You can go knight d3 and relocate it to e5.
Yeah,
but
knight c3 also rook e7. Here your bishop also gets active. No, I don't think I'm better. Maybe. How did we get here? It was yeah, rook ed1, maybe a bit artificial. Feels like with g3, if we're right, Jan-Krzysztof missed a bit of a chance, and now Hikaru is active enough, no? Let me check actually what it says, if computer agrees with queen d2. Yeah, it says queen d2 best move.
Yeah.
Boom.
D2.
That's a nice one. And white is much better. Like, yeah. Then okay, the line goes something like this, but this stabilizes for white at least, and it's clear we get what we want, like for f3.
But you see this move instead of knight c3, f3.
Yeah, I thought it transposes
Against rook e4 first.
And yes, so work, but at least the game continues.
I'm not sure that's true what actually the computer says. Sorry for my optimism.
You're overruling?
Well, I shouldn't, I know, but still I don't understand what's the big deal with your knight on c3.
I kind of agree.
Symmetric position, what do we want? Why does it think that it's much smarter than everybody else?
So they are, these computers.
You know
They're
what
very
I
full of
feel?
themselves.
You know what I feel with the engines? I can tell you. When I was playing in tournaments, I was teenager. I started to play together with Karpov in a tournament. In 92, I was, 16. I became second behind him. And then many tournaments he also played in Spain. And his typical attitude that after the game analysis, you play, he's extremely serious. You say, okay, this position is, well, it's okay. It's about equal. Play, play, play. And then play, make moves, and then I will be better. This is exactly the same thing I feel with the engine. I have no problem here with black. That's what I feel. And the engine says, make a move, make a move, make a move. I show you.
Yeah, but that's always the problem. No, the engine or the stronger players can always prove whatever point they want to prove. Yeah, but by just.
But you see, it goes down.
But I agree. Yeah, this doesn't look like very much. You were right. 0.27.
You see, sometimes
Polgar 1, Stockfish 0.
Judit engine against what engine? Fish?
Some fish.
For some moves, I can challenge them.
Okay, so in the game, G3 was played. I'll switch off the fish. G3 takes, Rookie 4. And it doesn't look like there is much for white here. So, quick tour through the positions.
Absolutely. Do you know with Fabiano, if we see? Can we go to Fabiano? Because it's interesting. This is somehow, I feel it's a crucial moment for Radjabov, whether he's going to go.
He started with bishop g5, which might have been clever. Forcing the bishop here, or not sure forcing, and now rook e1.
So still my question
castle.
is whether castle is an option, or by now it's not an option because you can take on e5. Because maybe rook e5 is possible, because knight c6, bishop f6, and rook d5. Yeah, well. What is queen takes d5? Rook d8, bishop e4, right? Should be better for white, isn't it?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay.
Queen. All right, Fabi asking Radjabov some questions here. Radjabov thinking, but he's ahead on the clock. Caruana spent an hour already.
Knight c6 is also kind of a move.
No?
And then long castle.
Yep.
I just wish he's going to go long castle eventually one day.
Sooner or later. Knight c6 is a bit sad, isn't it? Like, maybe it's fine. Pretty knight. Is this anything for white, or you think it's just equal?
I don't like the f6 bishop, to be honest. Long. No, this I don't like.
It's pleasant, no? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't go knight c6. But okay, let's say one more time castle, please. Rook e5.
Not sure, by the way. That's what he wants, but let's see. Knight c6 now.
Knight c6. Knight c6, bishop f6, knight e5 is possible.
Takes, huh?
This is whole different story.
I'm wondering if this line continues, but probably not yet. Queen g4, you have h5. And black is an exchange up. So can't do that. Then what does he want to do? Can always take, but no. Let's say rook c1, just to make a move.
Rook c1, why can't I go king b8?
Was wondering if I can take now.
And after knight c6, you want to go rook e3 or what?
No, still takes.
Ah, you want
no,
to
it's a check.
and with check. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much these positions are, but at least white has a pawn.
Here I think it's a pawn up simply.
Yep.
After rook e5, what can I do? Maybe I can do something better. Well, after rook e1, what do you want to do with black otherwise? I think
No,
black has to be smart here. And
maybe it's just a bit unpleasant.
I mean, if those things don't work, these long castle kind of active ideas.
I would think about this, but it's probably sad.
I have one more question, sorry. What about rook d8 instead of castle?
We take
Knight c6.
say back.
And you want to claim you have a pawn down, a pawn up.
I do want to claim that.
And I can't argue with that one.
My counting
Castle?
skills are
Castle?
excellent. Yep. Not saying it's winning, but it's a pawn. At least the black pieces are out. We'll see what Radjabov decides. You know the news after
In
c1, Alireza still thinking.
and Radjabov and Rapport, we have a move.
He's got 94, 96 takes, bishop takes, bishop f4, takes another pawn, rook 81.
You know, it doesn't look bad with white.
Yeah, it's the usual. After we've seen the computer says black is much better, that of course makes you think it's horrible. But looking at the position,
But we shouldn't
white
forget
has
that
two
the
rooks for the
a6
queen.
knight, the a6 knight is very much out of business.
Is it? It can jump, no?
But you go h6 first, you said.
That's what he did. Yeah, making a luft, stopping knight g5, maybe preparing f5 as well.
Well, for the moment, I cannot go rook d8 because my rook on f1 is hanging. This I understand. What do you do if I go king g1? Are you going to go bishop c5, giving up your bishop?
Well, knight c5 is rook d8 coming.
That was my plan.
Knight e6 maybe.
Ah, knight e6. Ah, this was not my plan. No, okay, then king g1 doesn't make any sense. And okay, I go a3.
Is f5 already a threat, or is it just weakening?
f5.
Not sure I like it, but just to see. That goes here, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not happy when your knight starts to come knight c5, knight d3 threat, or knight d6.
Yeah.
So I should be definitely looking for something to stop your activity. What happens if instead of a3, I change my mind and I go bishop d6?
First try, just take.
Knight takes.
Jump. Where should we jump back? Let's try this first.
That queen on h3, I don't like it, you know? This is
It's a
what
bit unpleasant.
this is what I can tell you.
Yeah. It's not fun to play, is it? Like,
No, and the h6 is played in
Mhm.
the game, so
bishop g3, played by Rapport. Trying to stabilize. I want f5, knight f2, maybe, to chase this queen away. Probably also doesn't like it.
yeah, maybe after f5, knight f2, queen h5, rook d8. That's what he wants to try,
d8.
right? Queen f3, king g1, king f7.
King f7 keeps everything together. If knight d3
But it's not
here.
easy. No. Please go back
Here,
there.
yep.
King f7. I go knight d3.
Check.
King g2. I'm gonna be the one who argues all the time.
It's all right.
Queen e4 check. I don't know what to do.
Rook f3.
Rook f3. What about? Can't I go g5?
Check. Yeah. I'm worried for Richard. This is territory Nepomniachtchi will enjoy. He has a lot of time. It's like playing with heavy pieces, short tactics. It's dangerous.
Very dangerous, I think also.
Okay. I need to go on a short break, see what my kids are up to. Thank you everybody for watching. We'll be back in a while. In the meantime, check out our courses on Chessable. Judit has, what is it? Is it a multi-course project, Master Your Chess?
Yeah, that touches some opening traps, how not to play openings, or if your opponent does a mistake, how to catch them, including some my games when I won. Also middle games, and I'm touching end games, so it's a pretty complete course.
That does sound like a much better deal than my course, because it only touches openings and only the position after e4, e5. But I try to do a good job after e4, e5 to give you a
I'm
complete
sure
repertoire.
the ones also look at that course carefully.
Yeah, so check those out on Chessable, and we'll be back with all the action in a couple minutes. Thanks for watching. Bye.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight draw.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess. About openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps. Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
B3, A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that, just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody! My name is Jan-Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of round 7 of the FIDE Candidates Tournament, where the two favorites, given the current standings, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana, both seem to have good positions. Judit, do you want to go straight back to the Rapport Nepomniachtchi game?
Absolutely. I think it's a very good choice to start or to continue with that, because we had quite a few moves. And before the break, the Black Knight was still standing on a6, and things seemed to be a little bit easier for White. Though I don't know whether it was any way where White could have stopped this maneuver with Black, but definitely Rapport has some difficult times, I believe. First of all, he's nearly 1 hour behind, well, 50 minutes, which is not the biggest problem, I believe. What has happened, if we go back a few moves, I think, let's say, to Queen h3, Rook d1, h6, Bishop g3, and Black started to go Knight c5 simply.
Yeah, I was curious if he should have taken the chance to exchange that, but maybe his coordination is not ideal then.
I'm surprised actually that White did not take
it.
So just it doesn't seem to be so bad, I guess. a3 or something.
Maybe it's hard to move anything. Yeah, a5 or whatever.
Well, yeah. And anyway, h5, h4 can be pretty annoying, pushing away the bishop. So the f3 pawn is more vulnerable. But after knight c5, Richard played rook e1.
Oh.
And now
the knight stays.
Yeah, the e6 knight is wonderfully standing, and f5 is always in there. But also what he played h5 looks extremely strong. So rook d3 is kind of a logical continuation. So after h4, the bishop can move away.
Covering the pawn. No need to go h4 just yet for Black. It's just hard to do anything active. No, he plays queen f5. Nepomniachtchi is very, very strong with the queen. I saw a tweet, and I was also thinking about this, I think, by Emil Sutovsky, who was claiming that we still have to get used to the computer often preferring queen over 2 rooks, when usually the grandmaster instinct would be to say, okay, 2 rooks for a queen can't be worse for White. Maybe that's just wrong, yeah?
Yeah, but it's a matter of domination, I think. Because with the queen, if your pieces somehow stands better, and look how harmonious the knight and the queen is working together. And sometimes when your rooks are simply clumsy and you cannot use them properly, because what can you do with them here? You can be on the 7th rank, you can go to the 8th file, 8th row. So there is not much White can do with his rooks.
And his king is just much more open than the Black king.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a completely different story. Let's say the pawn from f3, we would move it to g2. Then probably the position is roughly equal.
Well, now Rapport, who bravely refused the move repetition, seems to be in big trouble. And that's, of course, big for the tournament. If Nepomniachtchi wins the 4th game, +4 is already very serious after 7 rounds.
So let's go to Fabiano's game, because it's happening what we were analyzing, and he's number 2 seeded right now in the competition. So that's a very crucial game. If Nepo is going to win, then Fabi, if he's not winning, but let's say draw, then already Nepo, after the halfway, after 7 rounds, he would take already a point lead, which is not everything, but it's quite significant.
It's something. Of course, there's also the argument, if Magnus doesn't play the match, then all they have to do is finish 1st and 2nd in whatever order, and they can play each other. But I don't think that's very high on the players' minds right now. So let's have a look at the position. Radjabov castled queenside. I also saw a tweet by Chess24 saying Radjabov castled the wrong way and he's now in trouble, which indicates that short castles was the way to go. Let's take the pawn. We looked at some knight c6.
We were discussing
Bishop
knight.
f6 didn't work. So we would have to go back. And we also looked at, I think, rook c1 instead of taking. What is this position? And it's on the board, rook e5, knight c6.
Well, we were discussing bishop f6, then knight
And knight
e5.
e5. Yeah.
Yeah. So if rook e3, on bishop c5, where do you go with your rook? To h3 or elsewhere?
Those are the options. I guess h3.
Isn't it possible to take bishop f2? Takes and queen d4. King f1.
How does it continue? H4. No position is safe. You'll always attack the poor white king. But we do have a piece. I don't know what to do, but I have a feeling Fabi would figure it out. So there's a checkmate threat here. How to pair
Yeah,
it.
after queen f3, knight e5.
Oh, he took on f6. What is this? He's giving the exchange, or did we blunder something?
Probably we blundered something.
If knight takes e5.
Well, okay, he has two pawns if bishop e5, queen d3 takes bishop g7, but I don't think.
Hard to believe that's what he wants, no? The rooks are so active. d8. Doesn't look better for white. Looks worse for white to me.
What about that?
Maybe
Also
queen
doesn't
g4,
look too good. Rook c1 is possible.
Which position? Takes and then rook c1?
No, here.
Directly.
Here I wanted queen d1, knight d1, king d7, rook c7, king e8, knight e3. But then, okay, rook d7, you can
6, rook d7.
yeah. So knight e5, bishop e5, queen d3.
Queen g4.
Queen g4, and after f6, rook d1, right?
I wasn't sure. And queen c2.
Queen c4.
Ah,
No, but after rook d1, h5, I have the only move.
how does this go? Queen a4.
How is it possible to go knight a4 and knight b6? But that's not the case yet.
What is this? Now that you told me about queen c4.
Ah, this looks bye-bye. We were here before. We had this idea somehow, or very similar with queen a4.
And Radjabov is not even thinking about it, or maybe he already did think about it.
Ah, he went
And
bishop
he takes
f6.
with the bishop. Rook d5. White is a pawn up, but opposite color bishops, black pieces have stable squares. How much is this? We looked at queen d5, but thought it probably
that's-
didn't work. Takes queen f3. So queen somewhere, yeah?
Mhm.
c7, e7, I don't know. Say here.
But isn't this practically just a pawn down?
Yeah.
Bishop e4.
Mhm.
Well, okay, white is better. What can I say?
What should black do? Do you give up the bishop?
Bishop takes. C4.
Yeah, it's not a joy, but I wasn't sure.
It's
how
not
bad
at
it
all.
is.
I don't know if
Seven.
rook e1 is possible or just queen f3.
Yeah. No?
Yeah, okay.
White
but
is pressing.
yeah, I mean, white has a pawn up, and it's either he's going to be winning or just pressing, and then it's a draw. So it's
Went
basically
to-
two results.
He went to e7. So c7. At least stopping bishop e4.
Yeah, bishop e4 is not possible here.
So what's the move? Some humble move. Queen f1. It's a bit sad. Bishop c3 might be a bit of a threat as long as we're there. Maybe. Okay, Fabi still has work to do, no? But
Oh,
he should
absolutely.
be better.
Absolutely, but he should be better. Let's
Mhm.
see what's going on between Ding, because there are long time that we haven't seen anything. And you know, at certain point, if we jump there, after move rook c1, Alireza was thinking more than 45 minutes on this move. And decided to go queen a7.
He didn't like queen b6, which we looked at, which felt principled, attacking the pawn, knight e3 or e4 or whatever. But he goes all the way back, allowing Ding to at least consolidate here with b3 takes. Rook f8. Normal move. Knight to a4. And bishop e4. Only move 16. Alireza down to 35 minutes. Not exactly time trouble yet, but still a bit worrying, no? It's taken a long time for this queen.
Interesting that we haven't seen such a huge time travel, did we?
Well, against Fabi, he was lost anyway, but he didn't have time in the end. He made
No,
his
but
last
I
move
mean,
with 3 seconds.
for example, Firuza is spending his time the most, for example.
Radjabov usually is low on time near the end as well. He missed his bishop h2 in time trouble.
But that was not a real time travel for me. I mean, when you have 4 minutes for 3 moves, that's not a real time travel. I'm talking about real time travel when Ivanchuk had in Linares 1 minute for 20 moves.
That's what we want to see.
Those things we don't have anymore these days.
Yeah, who are the big time trouble specialists in this field? I would guess. Fabiano used to get some time trouble, but he's become very practical, very controlled about these things. Nepomniachtchi, not really. He's more likely to have an hour than to have a minute. Alireza could get there. Also, it feels with him like maybe, okay, it's easy to say because his result hasn't been good, but maybe this strategy of not playing at all or almost not playing just one tournament for 6 months, maybe you feel a little lack of practice, no, that he needs more time to take decisions. Not sure.
Yeah, and when you're not in good form, you're always double checking, triple checking, 5 times checking, right? And actually, to have a time trouble, the one of the reason is that you don't trust yourself, and you're checking it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
That's how you lose your time, not because you're calculating 10 times more than your opponent and then you go wrong. It's just you're going back and forth. I mean, for example, I don't understand How is it possible? I'm pretty sure it happened with you also. You're spending, let's say, 20 minutes. You have an impression, immediately you want to make a move. Then you say, no, okay, I have to look the other alternatives. Then you start calculating the other move and the other move. And then you see you spent already 15 minutes. Okay, let's check it again. You check it again, 20 minutes passed, and then you say, okay, I have thinking enough. I play the move which I just wanted to play after a second.
But that's the good scenario. If then after all the thinking you play the move you want to play originally. For me, what is even worse is if then I don't really like any of the moves, and then I think of a new move for like 3 seconds, and the first line that comes to mind, think, okay, this looks reasonable, and I've already thought for 25 minutes, so I'll just blitz out this random move, and that's when you go wrong. Now, it happens a lot to me, especially when I didn't have a lot of practice, and it's normally a sign of bad form. Because yeah, you gotta trust your instincts. No one can calculate every line, no?
Okay, at the same time, it happens sometimes. Just we look at the previous round with Radjabov. He had self-confidence. He knew that he has a good position. And without actually thinking more than 1.5 seconds, he just played rook f7 and drew the game instead of spending, if he spends 5 seconds or 10 seconds just thinking, he would make obviously the winning move, right?
Yeah. No, that's a different situation. No, the bad one is this, where you spend 45 minutes just going back and forth between lines and you can't really decide. Not sure what happened here to Alireza. I'm sure he thought about queen b6, queen a7, rook e8, and then you dislike something. And in the end, you spend 45 minutes and still play a sort of passive move. I don't know if queen a7 was the best.
And if we go to the game, bishop e4 position, what do you think about playing bishop h3 with white?
Oof. Can I take?
Yes, I had the feeling you would do something like this. I take with the rook, of course. I don't want to give up my e2 pawn.
No, I don't really have a follow-up, actually. And then, why would I give this beautiful bishop? No, it's interesting. Looks principled, but white is still slightly uncoordinated somehow, no? Maybe. I want my knight here, but how to get it there? Yeah, ambitious choice, because if white just exchanges pieces, whatever, knight c5 is not, doesn't have much, right?
Let's say, can I ask something? After bishop h3, what is the position after bishop c2, rook c2, bishop f2?
Here we go.
Knight, rook f2, knight e4.
Guess I should cover that.
And knight e5. You just go knight c3 back, forcing me to take on f2, right?
Yeah.
Well, of course, I have all kind of funny moves like knight g5. I have some crazy idea, but I think it shouldn't work. Bishop f5. I was thinking knight ef3, but I think you can, if takes rook e1, was my plan, which I'm not sure even that works.
It's very pretty.
But I'm
if,
not sure was that, for example,
let's
take. No, but even this to give up the queen, takes, knight f3, king f1, takes king e1. Queen e3 check, king f1.
White has a rook, knight
What
and
do
a
you
bishop.
think? What's this? 2 pawns, queen for 3 pieces.
I don't know. I would guess I prefer the extra piece after king g2, but the other one might also just be better.
Just want the extra piece.
If given a choice, that feels easier.
I was also thinking to play g6 instead of knight f3, but I guess h4 is the move.
Mhm. Like gf3.
Takes.
It's nothing to do.
So what goes if bishop h3?
If black just plays some normal move like I don't know, rook 88, what's the big deal?
We hear some great background noise, yeah?
Yeah, sorry, my kids are destroying the garden, like big party going on.
Having party.
You didn't go
Enjoying-
bishop h3.
He
just
did
went bishop
no.
c3.
Even bishop c3 takes, but why is it so good? I go with black knight e4. Bishop e1, I guess, and wants to go f3, e4.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm not sure if bishop should be one or bishop
White is
d4.
better. I think white is better. I mean, there are concrete ideas here and there, but slowly white can improve his position.
So is the danger in these kings in like structures. If black runs out of activity, he will end up suffering a bit with a weak pawn.
But you know
on
what's
d6,
possible
white
to
grabbing
play
more
here?
space.
b5. I go b5.
After king g2?
That's what I do.
Takes.
Knight c, yeah.
Doesn't
dc5.
as well. Okay. Now we've achieved something.
Well, I would have rather see cb first and then knight c5 from black.
Yeah, I understand. Here, I'd be quite optimistic. Okay, one. Knight comes, white stabilizes then at least. Something.
No,
to work with.
I forgot that you don't have to take on b5 and you can chop on c5 immediately.
He went d5.
Well, I can understand that he wants to play actively.
Yes. If we take this bishop,
What
queen
is
takes, yeah, has to be done.
probably yes.
What is this? Knight e3 maybe? Starting to like this for white. I can see the engine bar
No,
is still
after-
somewhere in the middle. Doesn't mind this. Why isn't white better? We have a nice bishop. Okay, maybe black is just solid, but I'd take white. I know you take it.
Maybe knight c4.
I like this knight.
And you don't
Knight
want to
takes.
give away the d5 square.
Never.
Okay, so bc4.
Yeah, looks more pleasant for white to me. Not the end of the world, obviously. Now the black structure
Not
is
the
quite
end of the
sound,
world.
but
Not the end of the world for sure.
maybe a little something. Okay, let's go back to Richard, where
Yes.
things keep happening. He's played pawn to b4, pawn to h4. White doesn't take. Why can't he take? What's the trick?
Knight f4
Knight f4.
and queen h3. I mean, if rook
Two.
h5,
Queen h5
double attack.
crumbles. So you had to go bishop to b8, far away from home. Like g5, rook d e3. It's such a Nepomniachtchi position as well. Like, I don't like Richard's chances here.
Well, it's
So does black have anything direct? Knight takes f3, rook f1. There's queen c8, but it still feels like the wrong direction.
no, that's a blunder for black, I think, because rook ef3 and rook f7.
Yeah. This is not what he wants. So what does he want? I don't see it. Just h3 is a move, but h3 also gives some squares. Sure.
It doesn't look so bad for white.
No, that's the thing. The position still feels kind of tenable.
I mean, I like that white could play a3, b4 in the last moves.
Some progress there. How does Nepomniachtchi break through here? Should be 8.
How to improve with black, right?
Yeah. I mean, h3 is possible, I guess. Black can just play slowly.
Yeah, but why should it be so perfect for black if I, let's say, take on g5 and bishop g3?
It doesn't look lost, does it? Or bishop d6, that?
Ah, this you caught me.
Oh, and he just takes on e4.
So he's changing pawn structure, no e5 for the rook?
There must be some direct follow-up. No, queen f2. Yeah, queen f2 played. This king is still in danger.
And
now h3 is a big threat.
h3, rook g1, c5. No, but what's the big deal?
Start with c5.
Start with bishop d6.
So 5 h3.
Okay, so takes bishop e5, h3. Ah, sorry, bishop e5.
Bishop e5 I was hoping to take and select.
Ah, no, h3. Rook g1, bishop e5, you go rook h3. No, you can't.
Yeah, this is trouble. Well, it resigns.
I thought for a second that rook g7, but it doesn't work.
Even this. Nice play by Nepomniachtchi. How can Richard defend? Play h3? It's not exactly tempting either. This pawn is annoying.
h3 I like, not bad. Great defender. I like it a lot. Easy to blunder move.
Always possible.
A6.
Okay.
But maybe after A6, C5.
Yeah. It's nothing direct here. G6, bishop H6, bishop E7. Just trying to target stuff. Stupid king is still so weak. And the rooks covering each other, they aren't exactly mobile.
Well, I think you have to go back bishop H2 and bishop G1.
Hanging in there. Mm-hmm.
Queen F4, rook D3.
Yeah. It's somewhere.
And okay, it's not so easy to win with black at all. This is a better move. Anyway, rook F3, let's say. And queen C4, bishop A7.
Yeah, maybe A6. No, suffering, but hanging in there.
We also haven't seen for quite some time the game Jan-Krzysztof against Hikaru.
Let's go there. Rook E1, bishop C6, H4, rook F8. So he went bishop C6. He didn't go for whatever. We looked at rook E8 and then mixing it up.
Well, it seems like he thinks that he has time for everything. I mean, black.
Maybe it does, but white at least stabilized for now. Bishop A4. What's his point? Of rook D2, he wants rook E1?
I think so. Takes, king goes out and somehow. Not so simple, I must say. The knight on F4 stands really well.
Yeah, it's a nice piece.
I mean, queen B5, queen C5.
Yeah. This doesn't scare you.
I should be scared. I thought in these positions it's only black who should be scared. Queen check, queen G2.
Yeah. Hanging in there. Pawn up. Here you could probably take this even first, but. So we think he has a little something. Maybe he doesn't want rook E1 check. What else? What else could he be thinking about? Queen B5, still queen C5, same story.
Queen C5 can be pretty powerful.
So maybe Jan-Krzysztof with some chances. Yeah?
I think he improved his position in the last 3-4 moves.
Mm-hmm. It's a deep thought now. What's he thinking about? Rook E1?
If let's say we have Nepo leading by 1 point, what are his chances not to win?
There's 7 games left.
Halfway through.
Yeah.
Great form.
There is the narrative that he slows down in the second half.
Well, okay,
But
with
the point is a
+4
point.
The +4, you can really slow down, I guess. I mean, it's
Yeah.
kind of in the marathon. I mean, the last few kilometers are very hard, but you just have to make sure you go, yeah? You
Of course,
cross the line.
if he can start making some draws, but if he loses the game and then he keeps the composure, that's usually the big question.
With +4, you can even lose at least one, maybe. If you're lucky, you can even lose 2.
3 is already too many.
No, 3, I think that's already too much.
No, I don't know what number to put on it, but he must be like whatever 70-75% favorite at least. No, then because also it's just 1 point ahead of Fabi, but whatever 2 points at least ahead of everybody else. That's serious.
Yeah.
This is on the board. H3 bishop e7. And Richard still trying to coordinate his position. Won't be fun. What do we have? Bishop h2. Bishop g5, bishop g1.
Bishop g5.
Queen
Yeah,
c2
queen.
we looked at, yeah.
Maybe queen d2.
Also, yeah, to keep the rooks tied down.
Absolutely.
It's
Queen d3.
here. Oof.
Only 3 pawn of ours are hanging.
He must suffer. And we see Hikaru's point, just to switch back there quickly. He wants queen c6, not rook e1. What does he want after queen c5? Then can he go b6? Or you take... Maybe he can.
Well, queen c5 seems, yeah. Queen d5. Takes, check.
Curious how this goes.
King h2, bishop c6. Bye-bye.
No, it's not bye-bye.
Not yet. Knight f6 and d5, but still bishop a4 and the but not king f7, king g7. And then tricky d6, right? You're somehow surviving everything.
Early. Here. Oh, maybe g4. Okay, but still, at least black wouldn't lose this.
Sorry?
At least black is not in trouble.
No,
here.
black is not losing.
Take. So in order to continue, white would probably have to take here. Make some move. F3, rook c1, I don't know. Can we hope for something here?
That's a good question. Well, let's say if someone can hope for something more, I think it's white.
Has to be. The knight ends up here.
King f2.
Yep. Still mild pressure.
Well, knight d3, knight d5 is always in there. At the same time, knight on f4 also stands incredibly well, putting pressure over the d5.
Yeah, black is far from lost, but he has to be defending.
Okay, let's see what he's going to be doing. What about Fabiano Timur's game?
Moves have been played. Rook d5, queen e7. And he went bishop to c4, stabilizing. King b8, queen d3. Not worried about jumps.
Well, jump queen g3, right? King a8.
Yes, we take.
Takes.
Yep, black is still has some activity. But Fabi will be pressing. Oh no, queen f3.
Queen b4 was played on queen d3.
Queen b4.
Queen b4. He wants to grab b2.
Will he be allowed? Queen b4 feels strange.
Nice active move.
We like it.
I like
Feels
it.
so far away from stuff.
But why? I can easily take the b2.
I'll keep it.
Okay, unless you want to keep it desperately.
Very much.
Yeah.
I don't get this. Does he have some? Caruana.
Well, it seems like the only good move, sensible move is bishop b3.
Also feels nice. No, all the pieces are covered, and nothing too bad can happen from here.
Yeah, it seems like white is incredibly safe.
Yeah. So Fabi will be enjoying himself.
If knight d4.
Sorry.
Takes on d8 and bishop d5 or takes knight takes.
I'm a chicken here.
Oh, you want to exchange?
I'm not sure if I'll win, but black will not enjoy the ride. No, he'll have to suffer. And Fabi, he's not one to give up easily on these. I'm not even sure if it's a small advantage, but on these long-term advantages.
But is there any other move for white instead of bishop b3 after queen b4?
But what's wrong with bishop b3? It feels so natural. Yeah, and played.
Bishop b3.
Stable. Let's go back to Rapport for a second, because this sequence is on the board. Bishop h2, bishop g5, bishop g1, queen d2.
But this is a
Yeah,
problem.
Jan, he's not forgiving in such positions. He's so precise.
Well, now the question, what happens if I give away a pawn? Rook e2. But
Which
that's
one?
bad. We cannot rook e2, queen d3, and I can defend the h3.
Weird. Yeah.
Oi, oi, oi. So rook e2 is the only move. I mean, from e1.
Rook 1, e2.
Yeah. And queen d1, rook e2. Well, the only thing is he can go queen c2.
If I go here. Then rook e1 back.
Yeah.
And if takes, then rook f3 or something at least can be played. Still not fun, but stabilizing somewhat. So even here, bishop d2 or something, this feels so loose. Looks tough, doesn't it?
Well, it looks very, very difficult.
Rook e2, still queen d3.
And look at that. Richie has 5 minutes, but we are already reaching out to move 38.
That doesn't help, but yeah. overall, like we have to applaud his fighting spirit, but overall it was a strange game. No, like he prepares this rare line with queen b3 and blitzes out this very sharp sequence, but then is surprised by the move you mentioned instantly, and that's also the first computer move. Here, spends an hour, bravely decides to continue, but in order to continue, he has to play this position, which is already much worse, according to the computers, with his king weak. It's also a position Jan loves, because he's great with the heavy pieces, calculating these short lines. No, rough day for Rapport. Rook 3-2 on the board, but queen d3. We don't see a defense, do we?
But actually, it's completely hopeless now. h3 is hanging and bishop d2 is a threat.
You can go here, but this is hanging.
Okay, but queen e4.
Yeah. No, it's not great.
It's cooked. King goes out, bishop e3, queen c4 also, 2 pawns and queens for the rooks.
Wondering if black can be even greedier, but okay.
But I think there is no need to be so greedy.
Yeah, this also looks tough. Queen d3 on the board. Good news for Richard is the time control is near. It's already moved 39, but he won't like the position he has after the time control.
I don't think he can save the game.
Great.
Do you see any option that he can save this game?
This looks like the only move, no? Takes, king goes somewhere. Whatever. Here I wasn't 100% sure how lost this is.
But what happened? Didn't he make a move bishop e3? He went there and then he put it back?
He went bishop e3, no? Yeah.
Okay. Well, too many pawns are falling off.
So nothing is moving, is it? Like, Nepomniachtchi.
Well, this
game... bishop f6 blitzed out. Yeah, I was thinking, if he wants to torture him, he threatens bishop c3. Still everything is hanging.
Oh.
That's
well, this game, and there is a good chance that Rapport will lose, this was a very unnecessary loss.
Yeah, on all fronts, like preparation wasn't great, and then I don't know. He should have swallowed his pride probably and gone for the repetition, because his chances are just so bad in that position he went for. Of course, as spectators, it's great he gives us the action every day. Today he really pushed it. And kudos to Nepomniachtchi. We could argue he's getting gifts, but he's also ruthless wrapping up. No, he takes every chance. He calculates these lines very precisely, very quickly.
And let's be honest, luck goes to people who do the rest what they can put.
He did his homework. He's taking the chances. He's playing quickly, putting pressure. Hikaru walks by, probably won't be thrilled. Yeah, there. You see his face? This is over. Bishop f6, nice touch as well. When he's in good form, he's just so quick. No, like he doesn't even have to think about all these tactical things. 94, queen f2, queen d2, bishop f6.
It's funny to see Nakamura in this in the short interviews. Sometimes I see some very short, or seeing his recap, but especially during the game, how sometimes in his reaction, like when he ruined his position against Nepomniachtchi, yes, then you can see it's all on his face, right? That I was winning and I I couldn't win against you, I ruined it, but next time you don't get away. Something like this, his expression says.
Literally couldn't be more disgusted, chat. No, this, yeah, of course it's bad news for everybody who's like on 50%, still trying to get into the race, because +4, if Nepomniachtchi just wins all the games, you need to have either an epic collapse or have yourself an insane second half where you win pretty much every game. It's not exactly easy against this field.
If you think about it, he also, I mean, he's an incredible practical player, Nepo.
Yeah, he just has the weakness that sometimes he goes crazy and he makes bad moves very quickly, which cost him, well, against Magnus. They had this epic fight, and after that he had all these one-move blunders. Here he only had it once against Nakamura, where he blitzed out this queen e4, queen g4 stuff. He wasn't punished. And now it looks like he's cruising to his next victory. Bishop a7 played. Nepomniachtchi, not the type to double check, will take on h3.
Nakamura is back, checking how many pawns are there.
Yeah, Hikaru not happy to witness this. Makes more faces. Thinking, take the draw, Richie. So how does Black finish the game here? Sorry, let me try to shut the kids out. There's too much action out there.
Well, what is the best way for Black to win? He went queen g3 check. King moves out.
Queen g3 check.
Check, and probably he wants to push his pawn.
Not a bad plan, is it?
No. He wants to give a check on f3 and bishop c3.
So let's say king f1.
Queen h3.
Check. Rook f2, we can collect more stuff.
Check, and again, some few pawns are collected.
If king g1, bishop c3. And it's gone. Rook e3, queen g4. Yep. No, the end is near. That is a big one for the tournament. Caruana. Oh, this on the board. 94, queen c4. Way to go, Fabi. He will have to win now to keep pace. And of course, guys like Ding trying to get back to 50%. That's pretty far away. It's 2 full points, even if he wins today.
Incredible. I mean, it's quite something by Nepo that what he did last time, and again, he's just improved version of himself.
Yeah, things are going his way. And also he's a shark against the guys that are, of course, world-class players, but that don't have the experience, especially in the opening at this level. Like against Duda, he found a way, 1 knight f3, 2 g3, to make Duda uncomfortable early on. Today, against Richie, he's saying, I don't think you've refuted my world championship prep, so show me the money. And he even gets a full point, which you can only dream of in the Petrov and all these sharp lines. Things are going well.
Yeah.
And we all underestimated his chances, biased by this match against Magnus, which, well, he actually played a great match the first 6 games. He just collapsed them. But
that's true indeed.
king f1.
He can also start with bishop f3. Bishop c3, sorry.
Yeah. There's just no hope, is there?
Rook d1, queen f3, kind of bishop f2 maybe dominant.
Still doesn't look good.
Not too good.
And he just goes h3 directly. Should also be plenty good enough.
Well, H2 is there. Yeah. Very convincing victory by Nepo. Very convincing.
Yeah, and Richard, no. This was a tough one. Like, okay, it's tough to refute the Petrov, but then he really wanted to give us a fight, but the risks he took were so much bigger than the potential rewards.
Well, this is the power of home preparation.
For sure, yeah, you put
I think
people in such tough spots.
This is maybe the first game where we can see so clearly that it's he won the game 50% because of his home prep.
I would argue yesterday as well, actually. Like, he went for this 95 against Duda. Duda needed an hour to even stay in the game, and he was always under pressure. Of course, he still had to win the game, but he's putting a lot of pressure with his homework.
Well, yeah, that's also homework. But do you think that the opening preparation of in the previous round against Duda, was it also part of the World Championship prep?
I have no idea. He never played 1 out of 3 in the match. I would guess they did this for here. They probably spotted against 1 out of 3, 2 G3. Duda's repertoire is not so clear. He plays different systems. Anish pointed out this was a good spot because Duda's repertoire wasn't so clean against 1 out of 3 G3. Like, he hasn't played 100 games with G6 and just blocking it. And then, yeah, clearly after 95, he was out of book. I would guess they prepared this specifically for Duda, but I do not know.
Well, nice prep for sure.
Yeah. Bishop G1, played by Rapport, fighting against the H-pawn.
Only move.
How does this
well,
end? We give some checks.
Rook F2, Queen D3, and Bishop H4.
The end.
I mean, obviously you can play A4 or something, but
will you like it?
Yeah.
It's completely hopeless.
It seems so. It does seem so.
So Nepomniachtchi on the way, and also for Richard, he plays Bishop H4 directly. H4. Also looks terrifying. Yeah, it's just over. Bishop F2, Queen G2, checkmate.
Not only one way of win here. There are more wins.
Nepomniachtchi very calmly, happily studying the situation. Of course, he knows it's over. And Richard will also need a miracle to get back in contention. If he loses this one, which he will, it's -1 versus +4. That's a long road ahead. Tough day for Rapport and his fans. Ding. Ding just doesn't manage to win a game, does he? Like, he went for this. But now the bishop disappeared. Why should it be better?
I don't see it was a big deal for white. You can go Queen E5, for example.
Yeah, Knight F6 played. But yeah, the white structure is no longer superior.
Nepo collected his 4th victory in the tournament.
Congratulations.
Very impressive performance.
Job well done. Yeah.
And the sad story of today of Richie, because it was not a game which was good to be in.
No, he was brave, but somewhat reckless. And
it's like when you wish and you're confusing with the alternative. I mean, you're wishing that you can play on, but actually your brain says, that you should agree to a draw, and then your heart makes you to move on because you want to win somehow, give an opportunity, get an opportunity, give opportunity for the opponent to go wrong. But there are some cases when you have to admit that draw is also enough.
No, this went wrong on all fronts. Also, the homework, if clearly intention wasn't to make a draw, and you go for a super forcing line, then you should have looked at the moves there. It's not like he just chose some quiet position to play, like queen b3, bishop e4, knight g5, queen b7. I mean, this one is just comparing notes, and he lost that battle.
Yeah, but you know, for example, it's very interesting for me, if you think about it, this analysis is simply a possible fruitful home analysis, let's say 20 years ago. At the same time, if you look at it later with queen d7, I would be surprised after bishop h3 takes, bishop h3, you would find it. You would find takes, check, check, queen e4, f3, queen d3, knight d2, queen d7, all this. But I'm not sure we would say that there is such a huge advantage for black, as the computer is pointing out that, oh, it's huge advantage. I mean, just few moves later, knight e4, knight a6, takes, bishop e3. I don't think that we would say immediately, black is fantastic.
No, nowadays you know, but it is 2022, and if he prepares that line, he should have checked.
Yeah, but you switch on your engine and you say, wow, it's 2.5. And then in 1 second, we just think about it that, oh yeah, black is just much better.
No, of course, yeah. That's
without really understanding it, right?
That's what we talked about earlier, also these queen versus the two rooks, that it's so superior is not obvious. And it's different if you looked at it and you think, okay, it's risky, I can't go here. What I'm criticizing, and once again, it's much easier to criticize than to find something against a Petrov, is if you go for such a forcing line and you clearly prepared it on the rest day, and against Nepomniachtchi, he had +3, so it's very likely he plays a Petrov. He will either play bishop d6 as in the match or knight c6, bishop e7. Then, yeah, at least he should have been ready for this. But okay, it is what it is. Big win for Nepomniachtchi, very tough loss for Rapport. And Fabi will have to win his game to sort of hang in there.
Let's
if Fabi wins his, he has +3.
What is his chances to win this game after rook c8?
I find it very hard to evaluate. It's opposite colored bishops. White has an extra pawn, but not an easy structure to create like puzzle.
d3, right?
Bishop d3, yeah.
But after bishop d3, rook d8.
I would say black is a favorite to make a draw here, but how big we judge his winning chances, I don't feel competent. What do you think?
I don't know how white will win this, because black is very active. Only thing is that one pawn is missing.
Yeah.
Which usually is a problem.
Yeah, it also controls some squares at least, but Fabi will try. That much we know. It's only move 22. He has 90 minutes, but okay. It's not the type of position where he should get into any trouble.
So rook d8, let's say rook d1.
Good. Not clear what black is doing. Takes, knight takes, I don't like. I'll go back.
I mean, for sure, black has great compensation. I mean, not great, but reasonable compensation. I mean, if we wouldn't have knights and rooks, it's a dead draw, right?
Yep.
And black's pieces are not worse at all. Contrary, the f6 bishop I like much more than the d3 bishop. Because
Yeah, we could put it here. No, I don't know. Clearly white is better, but I think the drawing chances have to be higher than the winning chances.
Yeah, bishop e4.
Bishop d3 is on the board.
Well, there was not much of a choice, I guess.
Bishop was under attack.
What about after knight d4, bishop d3, rook e8? Would you go rook d7? Is that a plan? Probably it is, right?
Yes, I'd be tempted to just play king f1 or something to avoid any future trouble. Is there so much happening on the e file?
It's interesting. What can I say about the knight, the rook on d5? Is it well placed or it's not? I can't decide.
Feels like it's standing in the way of the other white pieces a bit.
Yeah, but at the same time, it can also activate itself with rook d7 and stuff.
Okay, so there's that.
What's going on? What's
How's
going
your
on?
doing?
Yeah.
Still suffering?
So what is this? Bishop c6? Or he doesn't want to
Not
go?
needed yet, is it? But
Yeah, for the moment, king f7 or something else is possible. Okay,
can you go b6, or is that just creating more weaknesses? Not sure.
well, I think b6 takes and rook b2.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't like it either.
And then after b5, it's possible to grab on d5.
Or we might survive, but asking for trouble here.
Well, rook
Or,
b4.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure. Why should
Might
black...
not survive. Yeah. No, rook e4 was a blunder.
No, it seems like black cannot go b5.
Mm-hmm.
He will have to defend from c6, but okay, let's say we go back to c6. By the way, why not rook a1 instead of bishop c6?
Play bishop c6.
He went bishop c6, also logical. I'm no big deal. You will have to end up on c6 anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Hard to imagine Hikaru losing this. He's such a good defender and it doesn't feel.
And that
Like,
probably
that's
he's
very
not
much-
worse either. I mean, I think he wants to play for a win with rook a1. But my question is, for example, if rook e2, what is this position if the rooks are exchanged? It should favor white, right?
I guess he won't exchange. No, I'm not sure
No, I'm just
how big white's
asking.
winning chances are, but yeah.
I'm just asking, what is this?
Mhm.
Black would go, let's say, h6, g5. Maybe there is no big deal for white.
Shuffle back.
No, I go king f7 first, or king g6, yeah, king f7. g5 now. King f6. King e6.
Not sure if it makes sense to keep these pawns forever.
Takes,
Takes. Now we need some Karpov-Kasparov magic to break through here.
But is there any breakthrough option? I just stand with my king f6, e6, and with your pawns you can't break. When you play f4, I play g4. When you play g4, I go f4.
Sounds like a good recipe.
And then when you take on c6, I take it back and I go a5. Ah, hold on. Maybe not a good recipe. f4 and takes.
Take directly?
Ah, no, take, king d3, king e6, and I'm just in time. Okay. Yeah, I'm more than in time. Yes, stalemate.
But if we bring the king here, maybe without f4, g4, just have some targets there. There's no hope.
Well, okay, the other question is, why can't I move just with the bishop to e8?
You can.
Or, yeah, b5, right? Eventually you have some c6 stuff?
I don't know, king b4, a4, a5, and then
I go
a6.
a5. I think
Where
you
do I
should,
need my knight?
you
It's a
should
long
be
trip
going-
to target this. Yeah.
I think f4, g4 was not bad. Or after that, the king can move to c7 already.
Yeah, I was hoping to keep some targets here in case they're needed, but maybe it's just a draw. What do I need now? I need my knight on b3 to provoke a4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go then.
No, but now it seems like black can be in trouble.
Hmm.
Serious.
Okay, we made some random moves, but I guess Nakamura will avoid this. Yeah, just rook a1.
But what about rook d1 or rook a1? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And not much trouble imminent.
Something strange is happening in the Ding game. Why Ding is playing moves like h3 and g4?
He wants to create tension.
5.
Is he gonna overpress and lose this?
Well, I was wondering if c takes b5 was possible with black. But maybe he just considered that black is more having a weakness on b5 than a real passed pawn, powerful passed pawn.
Takes with the queen. It doesn't look like Ding can ever be better. Huh? I think he has to be careful.
Well, I mean, I don't think he has to be too careful. I mean, takes and rook b1, or takes on d8, rook b1.
Yeah.
Rook b4. Or rook b8, rook b4.
You're being careful.
Well, knight d8, I understand. Knight d8, knight d6.
No, it shouldn't be winning, but if anybody can play, it's probably black. Huh?
And he
He
exchanged
does take, yeah, what to do. Poor Ding, just can't win a game. And good for Alireza. He's, yeah, after the heartbreak last round, looks like he's stabilizing, playing a solid game today, not getting into any trouble against Ding. Showing his class. Yeah, things. 7 games, Ding hasn't won one. As the
Well, he's not the only one player who didn't win. Actually, we have another player, Rapport, who didn't win a single game. And Duda didn't win a game, right?
yeah, and Alireza and Radjabov. No one's winning games, only Nepomniachtchi and
Wow,
Caruana.
there are 5 players who haven't won a single game out of 7 games. That's strange.
I know, unless we missed something, but I think so, yeah. Hikaru won 1, and Caruana won 3. No, 1, 2. Could win 3 today. Nepomniachtchi won 4. I think that's it. But Dig is the only 2800 player who hasn't won a single game yet. No, and he's not going to win today either.
No, that's not how it looks like.
So the big question of the day is now if Fabi's going to win and keep pace,
Let's
no?
go to his game because we have a move also, and I'm still asking whether b5 rook is good that it's standing there or it's in the way.
He's playing checkers now.
f3.
Covering everything. Rook e7, stopping rook d7. I guess it's time for the other rook to do something. Caruana.
Knight e5 can be interesting with the idea of knight c4. Tired of that rook. Finally, you had enough of that rook. And knight c4? Or takes the knight d5 and rook c1 is my problem. Okay. Okay. So this is important if you can go rook d8.
Yeah, I don't think it changes the status quo that much. But would be nice to get 95 b3, continue putting everything on light squares.
Okay, here white is nice. So after rook d1, we have the rook exchange offer by Jan-Krzysztof.
There we go. How's it gonna go? Maybe it's just gonna be a draw. Some rook d1, rook e7. Hope I'm not hanging all the pieces here. I was gonna say knight e6 and then we repeat, but I don't actually know how to repeat after rook e4.
Yeah, that's a question that after rook d1, what is his plan, by the way?
Yep. Knight e6 looks clumsy, then king f7. No, it has to be this, no? Maybe some h5 or something.
g5, knight e6, rook e4, h6.
That was the hope.
That's not bad. d4.
No.
No, I.
G5, rook e7.
Yeah, no, I thought f3 first.
White gets there first, yeah?
Yeah, because on bishop f3, rook g7, knight g5 strengthens with the knight f7.
Caro's thinking about it. But is this so lethal? Or it's just some perpetual? Say rook e4, can I do that?
And if just takes?
Can't be too bad.
Takes. Knight f4. You want to go king f6 and go all the way to d4.
Yeah. At least black is not worse. I was wondering if rook c7, if there's anything direct.
d4.
G5. Also G5.
Ah,
I
g5.
can't.
Yeah, g5.
Can't jump to e6.
Yeah.
Okay. Then this is a problem, no? And rook d1 is on the board. Let's
Well,
see
it's getting interesting. I mean, you can feel with Nakamura's play, of course, that he's always, if he can go for a complication, same as the other one. But of course, it's very logical to go rook d1 because rook e2, you just simply don't want to play a worse endgame.
Yeah. He's
I mean,
trying to keep the tension, but within reason. Yeah, he's not pushing.
Knight e6.
Knight e6 played. Boring. But probably sensible. What should black do?
So bishop d7?
Can I bring the king?
No, king rook d3 and king f4.
Yeah. Okay. Black can take and rook d4. Well, it's not winning that. Probably not losing either.
Rook e7, rook a4.
Yeah, rook c4, I thought.
Rook
Rook a4 is better, yeah. Here I'm
takes king f4, rook c3.
Takes. Just made it. Rook c7. Some distraction, yeah. T4.
a5. No, I'm not sure. King e5 and king f6.
That's the dream.
Yeah, there are some funny ideas behind this endgame.
Although, do we ever get mated here, or is it just a bluff? Some pawn move.
Well, takes on g6. King f6.
Okay, it's dangerous, yeah. If all these pawns fall, I could still
For who?
just win. For black, I thought.
And what do you do with white?
That's the problem. You never let me get away with my broad general statements.
King f5.
Yep.
Bishop d7, we have it on the board.
Here we are.
Interesting move played by Ali Reza against Ding. He went f6. made his path for the king to f7, e6, d6, c5, exactly.
Yeah. Now this whole sequence happened. Yeah, takes rook b1, rook b4.
Who is playing for a win in this game?
Black. No, it has to be black.
Right. This is why I was asking. It shouldn't be fun to play it with white.
No, Ding should survive, but he can't be at his all-time happiest, no? Like sitting there on -1, another white game, now he has to defend it, trying to hold. It's not how I imagine things. Alone in Madrid, no one to hang out with, keeps eating these instant noodles for dinner. Rough times. Ding, call Lawrence Trent. He'll be happy to show you around. How big do you think Alireza's chances are?
In this game?
Yup.
It's a good question.
I was wondering if I can try to shut the king
F4 and
out.
F5.
Yeah.
That's what I would also consider, just to somehow have a net
Then
around
we
the
wanna-
king. And also E4.
I started with E4. King comes. Maybe he doesn't want F4, but
But what's the point to play immediately E4? Now you're exactly late.
yeah. Maybe he just wants to bring his own king and say, okay, I do not care.
Yeah, that makes sense. Quite a bit.
Yeah, I guess white is fine.
In Duda game, we also have a move, bishop d7 and knight d8. Not going into the rook endgame.
Knight d8. If rook d4, what does he want? Rook e7?
D7.
Hmm.
Or
King
knight
f8.
d7. Knight b7 is the move.
How's this? Rook d1, rook e7.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e4, can I do that?
Rook d2. d4. Well, knight d6 is possible.
Yeah, still.
Rook e5 takes. I don't believe that black can play for a win.
White should manage, but
I mean, why shouldn't
not
it?
bad idea. No.
I don't know even with which color I would rather play it, if I have to.
Neither color.
That's
Ding, he's doing both. I mean, I guess it's fine. It's a bit weird. He goes for this. But he went for f4, king f3.
Yeah, it's a nice active play.
Here. This doesn't concern him, yeah? Why not? Isn't this a bit unpleasant?
It shouldn't be a big deal, I think. King
Yeah, I'm
D3.
just curious why I would allow this. Knight c7 or knight. No, knight c7 I shouldn't play.
No.
That
Takes
would
a
be
knight takes.
unfortunate.
Well, you go knight d6, I go rook b1.
I have a feeling you want me to play b4.
Well,
But
you know
I
what
shall
happened
not.
after b4? We should show it. b4, check, and knight b4. And knight e4 can be also a blunder because of knight b4. Or maybe not because you have rook e8.
Knight c7 maybe?
Yeah, knight e7. Knight c7.
Who's better and why? The usual question. I guess black is not worse. Rook c1, then it could be worse. No, knight c5.
Well, knight c5. Knight
Takes
c5.
and knight a6. Yeah. Stupid chess, even with so few pieces, still tricks everywhere. What is this? I'm confused now.
About what?
About this position. Who's
What
better? I can't see a move, but there should be one. Okay.
Yeah, not so simple. But how was the last few moves? Now this is the position. Bishop c6. Well, I mean, after knight d6, why not rook d2 or rook d1?
Yep. Time to exchange everything and go home.
Well, still you have to be figuring out things, right? Rook a4, rook c6, rook a3, rook d6, or rook c7. No, with such a king, it should be a draw.
Yeah.
That's clear.
No chances. Let's see if Duda goes for this or if he finds a way to keep it going. Of course, I'll take care, of course. Then rook e4. Sure. Okay, looks like it's headed for a draw one way or another. So does this game, I guess.
Well, O3 endgame is interesting and it's kind of drawish, but pushing. Of course, Fabiano is.
Fabiano's a pawn.
That's a pawn.
What happened in the meantime? He played rook a d1, h6. Already not a sign that Radjabov. It's full of exciting improvements there. King f2. I don't know. Feels like Caruana made progress. All his pieces are there. Nothing can get attacked. The king is joining the fun. One day this rook will move somewhere. Something
Actually,
else
I have a feeling that he's going to win this game.
Me too.
Now he's very well stabilizing, and Radjabov timer. He has down 10 minutes, 9 by now, and he has to make 14 moves.
This bishop is nice, no? Like, doesn't do anything currently, but controls everything.
While, let's say 5 moves back, the white bishop was standing on d3, and it didn't have a stable spot, and f6 bishop was standing better, I believe. But just now, a few moves later, the e4 bishop is extremely powerful.
He had to find some way not to allow this. No, not sure how, but yeah, here, for
But
example.
I think we should have fight for that against bishop e4 possibility.
Exactly.
I'm not sure he could exactly, but definitely it's a huge improvement for white. On e4, having the diagonal in time to time rook d7, also knight b4 is not attacking.
Knight never touches it anymore. No, it can't even get close to it.
Blocking the e file also.
It's huge. Really makes sense of the extra pawn too, because it can never get chased with g6 f5.
Yeah, that's a question how he will be able to progress. That's a big question.
Also, move h6, like it might be fine, but he forever gives up on the option to play g6 and fight for these squares or exchange pawns.
Well, of course, now white can just simply have the plan of playing g4, king g3, h4, f4. I mean, not so easy to play, but at least the pawn majority can be useful there.
Yeah. And also just move the rook away and then let him think about knight e5 or bishop takes c6 followed by knight e4. Like nothing is very much fun. Oh, it looks bad. I would think, okay, make a random move. Even such an endgame is pretty bad, no?
Yeah, it's not fun.
We went rook c7.
So now maybe it's about time to move back the rook. Though I think black will have to take on c3 and play knight e5.
Oh yeah, that's how he wants to sit. Yeah, that makes sense. Even this.
And look for counter chances on c3 on the weak spot.
Yeah, that's a better setup. Can I?
But I think black has to take, right? If white goes rook d2, there is no way not to take on c3.
Yeah, I was wondering if I can do this, because then it takes threatening f6, but I guess bishop e5 here?
e5, yeah.
Yeah. No tricks, no. Mm-hmm.
That rook d2.
Looks logical, but
takes, knight e5.
How to make progress here? I'm a bit curious. This might be too quick, but we can go for such a thing. Maybe it's the wrong timing here, because knight rook h6, I get knight g4 or something.
They agreed to a draw, Duda.
Yeah, not a lot of pawns left.
Yeah, they just simplified the position.
It felt like it was headed that way. They did this here. Fair enough. Good fight. Hikaru is playing good chess, but he's stuck at this 50%. Yeah, if like Nepomniachtchi and FIDE win every game, it will be very hard to join the race. But he's looking stable and calculating well. Rook 5d2 is on the board.
Forcing bishop c3.
This is move 27. It's 9 minutes versus 6.5 minutes. Not oceans of time to make the next 30 moves for either.
No. Well, of course, bishop c3 is on the board.
Yep, that one.
It's interesting whether after knight e5, at some point white may play f6, takes and stabilize his bishop on f5, or somehow rook d6, and on the 6 bother the pawns.
Yeah. How do we do it?
Or even there is a strange way of playing of rook d8 check. What is black up to? And f6, rook h8.
Yeah, that's what I was trying, but then rook c3, and I wasn't sure what the next move was because rook h6, knight g4 check and like me.
King g3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, still suffering, but Fabi goes passive for now, plays rook c1.
Yeah, now the question is whether is black going to go f6, stabilizing, or he's ready to allow f6 himself. Even goes f6.
Choosing door 1, plays f6.
Immediately.
Not sure about it, actually. Also gives the bishop more space.
Yeah,
sure
bishop
this
can
is
go
right.
all the way to e6. Makes sense.
I don't like this move, f6. Maybe it had to be done.
I'm not crazy about the move, but also I don't like it when you play f6 and you start go behind my pawns, and if it drops, then it's a problem.
But if
After
you go
f6,
active here, like rook c4, you play f6. Yeah, I just want to attack stuff. Something's
maybe rook d4,
Hmm.
rook c7, king e3.
I can take now.
Ah, c3, sorry. Yeah, takes on c4.
Still not a picnic.
No.
But f6 feels like
King g3.
it's giving new hope. I like this. Maybe f4 one day. g4. This will be tough. Also with Fabi, you could see the king like feasting here one day.
Yeah, okay, but that never reaches to g6.
And we go to h5 and f4. Okay, it's a little far-fetched, I will admit.
No, but actually it's a very beautiful plan, right? To go king h4, h5, go bishop d5, f4, and king g6.
Yeah. A lot of arrows to be drawn. Move 30 only. Radjabov. Well, I know it's not Smejkal Ivanchuk sort of time trouble, but it's still only 4.5 minutes for 10 moves.
No, and in the next 10 moves, until the first time control ends, it can be a decisive situation after that.
King a7. Come on, Fabi, put the king here. That's where we want to go.
That's what he's gonna do. He will have.
It's a nice square. No, it can't really be bothered, but he plays rook d4, making sure the rook is not bothered. And it's the kind of position where you would want more time with black, no? Because you have to make like all these big decisions. Do you offer an exchange of rooks? Do you not?
Absolutely.
And he has to blitz the moves out now, which, yeah.
But I like what he did, by the way. He just wants
Looks
to double on c7.
What about our plan? Let's just do it. Here, here,
Yeah.
here.
Rook c3.
Take.
Takes, f4.
4. Rook comes. It's winning, no?
Maybe. Impressive. So let's say knight c6.
And yeah, king h4 is on the board. That was his plan. Wow, that's cool if it works.
But I mean, Fabi feels the nuances, right? F6 is played, the knight is on e5, and he immediately goes king g3, king h4 to h5 to get ready. When the knight is kicked out, then he's ready to enter into black's position by queen g6. Very beautiful play.
I'm wondering though, is there some unpleasantness for the king on his journey here? I got scared of g6.
You can take on h6 sometimes, but not now. Let's say takes knight f3. Knight f3, rook d5.
He's still winning, yeah?
It seems absolutely winning. But after fg, you can go knight d3.
The rook is a steeper price to pay.
Takes.
Yeah, this I didn't want. Maybe it's still okay, but way too messy. Yeah.
Bishop
not okay anymore.
Bishop g6. Look at that.
Even this. C8, knight e2 maybe.
I'm not sure it's not winning. I mean, after rook c8, you know what I do? g4.
Not in a hurry.
No, not at all.
Then h4. Nice.
Incredible.
What happened? He went king h5 and b5 was played. I like that he just blitzes out this plan: king g3, king h4, king h5.
Yeah, beautiful.
That's very cool. b5 threatening, maybe threatening b4. Radjabov not going away.
Well, this is a big question. What is White's next move? Can he go
Checkmate your own king.
f4?
Still worried about g6.
Well, after g6, you can go...
Oh, he's played f4. Here we go.
Wow. Move 34.
Going for an immediate crisis. And g6 is just still nonsense here. Like,
Well, he knows he has to win.
Of course.
g6, can't I go with king h6?
Probably, yeah. Check king g6, and it's the end of the adventure.
End of the fun.
Okay, so what should you do? Go somewhere, yeah? Knight c4, but then finally,
king g6.
we found a home.
It's again, you see, the bar shows very little advantage for White.
I know, but I think I switched it off because my computer was aching a bit. Here it is. Yeah, Bar is happy.
Now he's more happy.
Yeah.
No, but White is really getting ready for victory.
Surprising, no? You had this field of 8 candidates, all between whatever 2750 and 2806, and 2 guys are just crushing the field, and nobody else other than Nakamura wins the game. Like, it's
an
interesting dynamic. Of course, we had Fabi among the candidates. In the Nepomniachtchi, I would guess he was maybe number 4 on people's list, but behind Ding, Fabi, and Alireza.
What about knight f7 here?
King g6, knight h8. Let's chase it.
g5.
Sorry, Fabi, it's just for analysis purposes. If I get it, if I'm getting you checkmated here. Where do you go? e7?
Rook e4.
Yeah, this one we've made messier than Fabi deserved.
And knight d7 is on the board.
D7. He's
Instead
heading
of
for
knight
F8.
F7. Yeah, because after king G6, knight F8 check.
Yeah, but
You have
Fabi won't go king G6.
Rook
Isn't he
D1.
just lost?
No, but I'm not. It's very passive.
Yeah, this
Rook
just looks
D1 now,
hopeless.
and on knight F8, Rook D8.
Yeah, knight B6, he can try and grab the pawn.
The question is, let's say, knight B6. That's what he did.
Oh yeah, knight B6 played. And rook 1 to D3.
But what's the point? Takes on C3, takes, king G6, rook C7.
Knight A4 played.
Ah, it just goes
They're
knight
speeding
A4.
up.
Grabs it with the knight.
Oh, there's still some drama coming.
Yeah, but now
Rook D8. Can we try to checkmate? Knight takes. Ah, but rook F5 is also.
F5 is hanging.
Oh, yeah. Huh. Check.
No, but you have check. Check. King A4.
Slipping out. Yeah, the king will be fine on B2. King G6 played. None of this nonsense. Knight takes C3. What is going on?
Why did he play king G6? Knight C3.
Is
Ah, he
this
just wants to go bishop F3, I guess.
at knight A2? Like he's giving all his queenside pawns. Is that wise?
Rook D7, and he's going to take.
So
Rook
much
D7.
counterplay. Before, we don't worry. Okay, it's on the board anyway. Bishop F3. Gotta take. The one pawn I wouldn't mind, but the other one, then at least there's hope for black. Yeah, knight takes A2
And
played.
knight A2.
Oh, Fabi, some dramas could still very much be lingering here. It's move 38. They both each have 1 minute to make the time control. They won't lose on time, but it's hard to calculate a lot of lines in that 1 minute.
Maybe he wants to go rook D8. You know? Rook D8. With the idea rook D6 next move.
No, he played rook D7. Who's better and why? I'll run.
King G7. King F6.
It's a serious pawn, isn't it? Yeah. Knight C3 on the board, similar. No, it feels like Fabi lost control. Might still be winning. The bar is still way up there. But it's not smooth.
No, King G7.
Maybe rook takes.
Takes, and then I take already on F6.
No, I'm here. I'll go before. King G7 played. This is move 40, but B4 blitzed out. Good news for Fabi is now he has time to calculate all of this. This is a scary construction, no? B pawn and knight on C3.
Yeah, it's not so simple. It doesn't look so simple. I don't really understand why the bar shows that it's absolutely winning.
Bar says it's winning, yeah. Doesn't care. Shall we ask it for a second? Or shall we try to figure it out?
I don't know what he wants. Well, actually, after B3, you can just go back rook D2.
So let's say takes B3 here. Okay, I have another pawn. I'd be so terrified.
It's what is it? After b4, it's move forward.
Yeah, they have time now. Yeah, Radjabov in trouble, but he's found a way to make this a total mess at least.
And Radjabov is playing in the tournament because the previous tournament, he said he's not playing because of the late pandemic problems. And then somehow they've decided that he gets a spot here.
What do you think about it?
Well, it was an extremely tricky situation because like it was about 10 days before the start of the candidates. And things have been really speeding up, right, with the pandemics. I'm supposed to be there actually being the commentator in Yekaterinburg. And yeah, I also canceled like 2 days before or something because it was escalating to a level where it was much smarter to stay. And I don't regret it, as the players had to be rescued with somehow the first flight after round 7. I mean, obviously it would have been much safer from the president to decide not to play the tournament. But it became a very special event.
Yeah, and also the situation with the second half. Of course, no one had planned for this, but looming for a year must have been on the players' minds constantly. So yeah, it was a very strange phase.
There were debates all the time during the break, whether when can they be continuing. And obviously, it's not an event that you can tell to the players, okay, guys, tomorrow we start. So they have to plan it in advance. And of course, there were issues with Ding coming back, with his opportunities and traveling. So it was a very, very challenging problem.
Yeah,
and
didn't sound thrilled. Yeah.
I would have think that it would be more logical to cancel it. It would be safer.
Yeah, I think that was the consensus I kind of said. When you have organized everything and everything's ready, and then they say, yeah, we can host it on site. It's very tough, and no one knew how this was gonna develop. But yeah, that was a tricky spot. And about Radjabov getting the wild card for this one?
Basically, with the Rapport's game, we can demonstrate what happened with the candidate's decision, right? There is a safe way to make a draw. I mean, it was a safe way not to organize the candidates, but there was you can go on and then you make your risk that you can lose the game, that you will have to stop the candidates, right?
That's a beautiful analogy. King G1 is cancel the event. F3 is, let's see what happens.
No, that's still okay, because after Queen D3, King G2.
Yeah, actually, here, very last chance to cancel the event.
Yeah.
And this one is already...
And then you take the risk.
The opening ceremony with 5,000 people.
Which was also quite a shocking picture with the openings.
Yeah, I just saw the picture. It was strange visual, of course. I have no idea what happened. And now it's very hard to cancel without any trouble. You no longer have any move repetitions.
Just not clear after how many rounds you will be canceling it.
Yeah, and it was exactly round 7. So the analogy still holds up. Fabi is taking a long time here.
Fabi has his king on G7 already, B4, and thinking.
Yeah.
And we are entering to the next time control.
Let me just very briefly see why the computer is so happy here.
The computer says just
doesn't
over.
Care. Just king
Maybe
F6,
just
B3, D2, 5,
G4, or just king
G6.
And white is the first.
If anybody can calculate it, it's Fabi. And yeah, he's played king F6.
B2.
So yeah, this is on the board. Just want to show F7 here, B2, F8.
And B1 queen. Don't tell me you play f5 and wins.
I'm telling
And
you, I
tell
play
me
f5.
f5.
Or king takes h6. You choose.
This is the line how it goes, right?
This is the line, yeah.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable that the black is also queening with the check. And still, it's not enough. And we can see the powerful bishop, how the bishop controls, dominates completely, not only the knight, but the whole diagonal.
Yeah, it's a monster. Distance 4.
But
no, nice line. f5 threatening too many things.
Okay, so after king f6, but okay, if the position is winning, Fabi is not going to make a mistake here anymore.
He won't let go.
And actually, it's, I mean, there is not much of an option, right? If black really plays b3.
This is the critical line. All the moves are supernatural.
Yeah. It's a typical thing when you can get scared, no?
I would be incredibly scared once his pawns run.
A3, b2. But by the way, why can't white go to g7 to avoid the check?
That's a mistake.
I'm losing. Ah, okay. Okay, and check. Oops. Oops. So
That'd be a drama. That'd be drama if that happened.
That is quite a drama. King e6 also not bad.
King e6 looks good, yeah.
Just not avoid the check.
No, this is just winning, apparently.
So Fabi and Nepo is getting further and further from the other players.
That's how it feels like.
So Duda is also 50%, right?
No, -1 here. He lost yesterday. He hasn't won one yet.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. Yes, he has 3 points.
Yeah.
And then Rapport has 3 points as well.
Yeah, so we'll ding after drawing. Nakamura 3.5, Alireza 2.5. That's the most likely standings. Radjabov also 2.5.
Well, for Raja, it's a very unpleasant journey, the previous one, and yeah, things are not working out well for him.
Yep.
But that was actually a strange story also regarding connected to the candidates, right? Because after the candidates was cancelled, then he was claiming that, well, after all, he was right because he did not participate in that circumstances with the COVID pandemic being so active.
Yeah.
B3 is on the board.
Now it's a big moment for Fabi. Happy. King g6 would be the most impressive, no? Allowing the pawn. Ah, no, I mean rook d2, a5, king g6.
No, but I think there is no other move than rook d2, right?
No, there is.
I
I have the engine running, but this is also winning apparently.
But then maybe this is the simplest.
But it's messier. Knight b5.
Bishop e4.
d3. Let's see. 3. What are you doing, engine? You can't repeat moves. Ah, okay, it says here g3, whatever.
Okay, please.
That's too much.
I mean, play g3 in that position.
Covering the pawn. That's very cold-blooded. No
Please.
human will ever play g3.
Oh my God.
Then we can quit. That'd be amazing if I would just blitz out g3. Yeah, I need.
No,
to
if he plays g3, then we are getting suspicious.
We'll
Sorry.
ban him. Sorry, Fabi. You might not be leading, but we'll still ban you if you play g3.
Did you see there was one round? I saw some video where they were checking Nakamura's wallet. At the board. He had to show somehow to have a security check or something.
Come on, guys. He makes a lot of money. You don't need to check his wallet.
He had a credit card there. Yeah, but that's quite normal, right? That you have credit cards in your wallet.
I would guess so.
But it can be suspicious. You don't know what it is, right? You have all kind of chips there.
I have credit cards. I have this fancy new wallet. You just push a button and all the cards come out. I'm very happy with it. It's very small, but very useful. But yeah, for example, I used to have this chip, which I'm not sure is very useful, but some Apple device that if you lose your phone, your chip can track down the thing, or if you lose your wallet, then you know the chip is in there and you can track it down with your phone. Like, I'm not sure if that's allowed, for example, to have during the game. Because I know you're not allowed to wear your Apple Watch, which makes sense because it can be connected to online stuff. It's strange times we're living.
Is it not allowed to have your Apple Watch or electronic watch?
No, it's not allowed. I've seen people get forfeited for wearing Apple Watches, like in open tournaments. Which makes some sense, no? It could be connected to whatever and show you
Well, of
moves,
course,
but-
there are different dangers in an open tournament where there are hundreds of players and not enough arbiters, and many times the arbiters are not experienced enough. And they
So here would be strange, no? If someone kept checking their watch. What time is it? It's Rook D2.
in front of 6 different
Yeah.
cameras watching and recording them.
Yeah. That'd be brazen.
Rook
Rook
D2
D2 on the board. It's interesting. Neither side is taking a lot of time. Yeah, like they made move 40, and they could calculate for hours, but it looks like the path is reasonably clear to Fabi. And Radjabov, okay, this is only a chance for counterplay.
If let's say we say Fabi wins, and they are really there 2 points, well, 1.5 point ahead of Nakamura, Fabi, and Nepo is 2 points ahead of the third.
Yeah.
Now the big question comes, what really Magnus thinks about this situation?
I don't know. He probably thinks I'll enjoy the Nepomniachtchi Caruana World Championship match 2023 as a spectator from a nice tropic location. I can't speak for him. I would guess that's what he thinks.
Yeah, it's going to, we go back in time when Kasparov played against Kramnik, right? When he's supposed to be playing against Shirov, but then he ended up playing with Kramnik.
Yeah, but it was different. Kasparov never wanted to not play. No, he didn't say.
Well, okay, he just didn't want
Sick
to
of it.
play against
He didn't want
Shirov,
to play
right?
against Shirov, but he very much wanted to play a match. Or you think Magnus will have his own private match against Alireza? That would be. Nah, that's not happening.
Well, for popularizing chess, the best match would be Magnus against Nakamura.
Yeah,
No?
yeah. Well, they can do it. No, it doesn't have to be a world championship match, I'm sure. They'll find a sponsor.
And somehow manage that Nakamura is streaming during the game.
It has to be live streamed. And the heart rate has to be measured.
And black starts.
Confession
first.
box. Black starts. Yeah. Let's make it happen. Rook D2 on the board. Radjabov will think a bit now, calculate the lines. The other game still going is Ding versus Alireza, which we've been ignoring, but it looks like it should end peacefully. Knight C6 check. King goes somewhere. And white probably recaptures. We'll go on one more brief break, then come back with possibly the finale of this round where Fabian Caruana is trying to keep up with Jan Nepomniachtchi, who won his 4th game today. In the meantime, go to chess24.com. I think the hoodie's back. Is the 3-year promo back? Or it's just a hoodie? Looks like. The 3-year promo is also back with the fantastic Candidates Madrid 2022 hoodie attached to it. Also gives you access to all the video series, allows you in these 3 years to challenge in all the banter blitzes, partake in all the shows meant for premium members. So go check out Chess24. Use the code candidates2022 at checkout. See you soon.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double age.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1e4 based on 1e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
B3, A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
for your skin, sing for your skin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sing for your skin.
Welcome back, everybody, to the after time control 1 phase of round number 7 of the candidates, where Jan Nepomniachtchi has already won his game with the black piece against Rapport, putting him on +4, a giant score after 7 rounds. He has 5.5 out of 7, crushing the field so far. And Caruana is trying to win his game to only stay half a point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi. Judit, Polgar, any developments in Fabi's game?
Well, in Fabi's game, we don't really have development because we have rook d2. Actually, a5 was played, and now Fabiano is calculating heavily with his great ability and fantastically famous calculating skills. And so he's calculating king g6, I guess, but he has to calculate also king g7, king e6. Is there any other safer, better, faster win, right? And this is also a big question always, like, what is the first intuition that you start calculating, right? Because you can waste a lot of time if you say, okay, king e7, king g7, king e6, and only number 4 will be king g6. Maybe you're going to spend a lot of time, or you're going to get tired already, because the players are actually playing for nearly 4.5 hours the game. But they are more professionals than that. So I think Fabi usually can really stay very focused. And obviously he wants to catch up with Nepo, and he knows exactly that every half a point counts.
He's played king e6, and probably a king g6, allowing black to queen with check was a little rich for his blood. So he went king to e6.
And also sometimes when we think about the fact that the other one queens with the check, we may stop that, okay,
yeah, sure.
that I don't want that the pawn queens with the check, right? And sometimes only one move you look further, and then it's a different story, which we've seen.
Yeah. But king e6 doesn't spoil his advantage. And now all these races are hopeless for black. So
yeah, from this point of view, it's a better decision, more practical and more human decision, I think, king e6.
Yep.
And in the other game, what we have between Ding and Firuza, it is expected to be a draw after all, because there are 2 passed pawns, 1 each.
Yeah. I'll switch in a second.
And there it seems like not too much of an option to play for a win. I don't know, I'm expecting kind of knight d4 check, probably, king e7.
Played.
And well, of course, it's the king on e4 having the pin from the a4 rook. It's not a plus, because after king e3, knight d5 comes, and the white king has some problems. So king f3.
Okay, go forward.
No,
g6 and we
b6 and rook d4.
Ouch.
So king f3 seems to be a smarter way to react. So knight d5 doesn't come with a check. b5 has to be protected by the knight.
This is a bit of a threat.
And,
so we might see this.
Well, it can be easily the case that it's a repetition of moves. Actually, we are having this. No, we don't have that yet. I would be surprised if there would be anything else.
Yeah. No one's better. Expecting a draw there. The question is, can Radjabov ask one more question? What can he do? If he takes, rook takes. King b6, rook b7 doesn't help. So he would have to go here. How does Fabi win this one?
f6 is not going to be win.
b2.
Well, f7, b1, f8. This is not what he wants.
No.
Though maybe it's also winning. Because after queen g6, queen f6, for example.
Here.
Queen e1 isn't king. King d6 losing to knight b5 and queen b4.
Nice. King f6, I don't know, but there are more checks.
In h4, king g6, and you have no more checks.
Or g3. Oh, sorry, I can't even say legal moves anymore. Yeah, maybe it's still winning.
So maybe this is also still winning.
Can
But
you do
okay,
something else?
maybe there is something better, because after rook d7, king a6. What about playing rook b7?
Planning to run. Like
You can go
b5.
knight b5, f6. Ah, but f6, b2, bishop e4. You want to go b1.
Might still be lost.
Is it?
Takes.
Takes. Rook b7, f7, rook c8. Or knight d4 first. No, this
Not
is
lost.
no. So let's see if rook takes d7. Rook d7. No, rook d7, and rook d2.
This race we lose once again.
That's a4, f6, a3, f7, rook c8, right?
Go back, yeah. Still.
Fighting, kicking.
Yeah, still very messy. I have a different question here. Let's say after king a6, can I do this? I want to give checks.
Yeah, now with b2, then you can check and take the pawn. I understand
Exactly.
this one.
So Black has to try some move like knight b5 or whatever.
Yeah, but then
Then maybe
I
we can
free
run,
the
yeah?
e4 square for your bishop.
Yeah, the rook is not hanging on b7.
Actually, I think rook d8 is the best. Should be the best move.
Also stops rook c8 in all these f6, f7 lines.
Yeah, and the f3 bishop is so powerful, controlling that c6 square, the long diagonal, covers the b7 square, which is also important after b2 rook a8, right?
Yeah. This just wins, yeah?
I think,
see anything.
yeah, it seems. And after that, rook a8 grabs the pawn.
Yeah. Here, can just take him.
Well, if Fabiano wins, he's going to be half a point behind Nepo. And there is going to be a huge match in round 9, just before the next free day, having Caruana playing with the white pieces against Nepo. So that could change things in a later stage.
Very much so. Radjabov takes, unless it's first versus second anyway, in which case they're both well on their way, as we talked about earlier. So Radjabov takes, the rook will take, yeah, the rook did take, and king to a6. And here, rook d8, we do not see a defense.
So what happens if rook d8, rook c7?
Can't I just...
You can just play rook b8, a4, f6, and I cannot push my pawn, right?
Yeah, not sure if with or without, but probably without. Check. Yeah. It's too much.
What about knight b5, bishop e2?
Can I go bishop e2, or
Yeah,
is
bishop
there
e2.
some trickery?
Bishop e2 is just killing. I'm not saying f7 is not winning as well, but I think this is the simplest one. So let's see if Fabi plays rook d8.
I think he will. Looks clean and efficient.
Yeah, and it's not such a move like you mentioned, some other line g3.
It's not g3.
It's somehow more logical thinking.
Yeah. He's taking his time, as he should.
Patience is a very important thing in chess. That you're not, I mean, in these kind of positions, I mean, I know a lot of players who would get so excited by the fact that they are winning that they get nervous, they start playing fast, because of this too, they start miscalculating, blundering a move here or there. But I think Fabi is the player who is the most trustworthy in such a situations. That he can stay calm, everything is okay, he has the time, he's not rushing anywhere, he's happy to calculate. It seems like it's a hobby for him to calculate all the lines. I mean, he knows it, that it takes him to success.
No, great. Although he's not in the lead, he's had a very efficient, professional performance thus far. Now, if he wins today, he has 5 out of 7 against this field, which would be a great score. And he looks sharp. He's well prepared. And even if he's surprised like today, he doesn't back down from playing critical lines, and then still finds a way to keep a bit of advantage, the game going. He's doing well. "37 minutes left for Caruana. Bring the rook, Fabi."
Well, actually, he does not even have so many options, right? Because after f6, b2, and rook b7, rook b5, so that's not an option. The only other option maybe he could think of to play rook d6 first. And then when the king moves out to b5, let's say, then to go rook d8. What do you think?
Might also win. I'd be worried to let the king out, but we just win the race here. Like, who cares?
Well, let's say a4, f6. Black has to go back rook c7, f7, takes 6, a3. What is this position?
More trouble than we wanted. Check, king.
c4. Otherwise, bishop c6 and queen a4. a2. King d3, rook a8. This is also winning. It's after b2, rook a2.
Ah, rook a2 you want. Ah, okay. This I missed.
But it's not
taken
good.
rook b8.
It's not good. It's not good because of b1, bishop f5, knight d4.
Yeah.
But bishop a2, I'm not sure. Is it winning? Takes, rook b8, king c3. Takes f5.
King g6 looks winning.
Should be a win.
Yeah.
What amazing game.
It seems like there's not much to gain though from luring the king forward. Because here, now the pawns aren't even moving. b2, rook a8, a3 also.
Yeah, this is so important that after b2, white can grab the pawn.
Yeah.
On b2. Well, tomorrow's round will be quite tough as well. Nepo
Always.
is going to be playing with Ding. He's with the white pieces. Well, of course, Ding, we haven't seen him, his real strengths. He's very much a shadow of himself.
Yeah, he's played good chess for stretches, but hasn't managed to win the games where he had chances.
And then we have the big clash, as it was in round 1, but of course now it's a repetition of next round. Hikaru with Fabiano.
Can't wait. Also interesting how Fabiano approaches it. Well, he'll just play chess, but what openings he chooses. If he tries to spice it up, if we will see more g5s in the Italian, or if he's saying, you know what, I'm black, I have +3. Let me try to be solid. No, it's another big round, but every round is big, like with this field, with these scores. Fabi's played f6, he doesn't go rook d8.
Wow. So is this, and why is it winning? b2? Well, we checked that f8 is possible, right?
Yeah.
That's possible that you push your pawn simply. But maybe after b1, maybe rook d6 check first, or you just queen?
I don't know. We had queens and queen g6, queen f6.
Yeah, this is what we said, that it's winning.
Queen e1, king f6 as well, yeah?
Yeah.
No, probably just calculate this, thinks it's fine. Any hope here? Check, check.
Queen e8? Rook e7.
King d6, you have anything?
Funny? But you know what's funny? If if rook e7, rook c6.
Pawn ending.
Because takes, yeah, king f7, takes, knight d5, knight e7, a4, f5, we go all the way, and it's a draw. Because queen e4 and takes on g2. Queen e4, queen e.
It's not legal. I tried.
Yeah. For some reason, I also thought, because we were always watching that the pawn on B is pushing and being queen.
Queen e5.
Yeah.
How did we mess this up? Here was queen e8.
Yeah, queen e8.
Left king d6. Still winning.
Well, you need good calculation for this.
I trust Fabi.
Yeah. He does it well.
Yeah.
b3, f6 on the board. Well, it's also important, of course, here that black cannot stop the pawn with rook c8 because bishop b7 is taking the rook. That is going to be an important part. And not only that, but also after taking it, yeah, bishop b7, king b6, bishop c8, b1, yeah, rook b7 is the simplest way of finishing the game.
No, this looks forced. Any other checks to consider? Queen b3 doesn't
Well,
do
still,
much,
what I
does it?
can say, the f3 bishop is extremely powerful.
It is.
Controlling very important squares. c6, e4, d5.
Where do we go? Just to the corner, yeah?
Well, you don't have to go further because there is no check. Very interesting endgame.
And if
Yeah.
desperate try. Should be lost, but it's still, guy's still annoying.
But I'm sorry, after queen g6, why not king e7?
Oh, you're not even exchanging queens.
No.
King e7.
Check king d8.
Oh. Does this work?
Yeah, and it
Apparently.
seems it does. Right? Queen h7 only check, and then king d8. And suddenly everything is hanging for black again.
Nice.
And if it was queen e1, what you suggested before, then king f6, and after queen h4, king g6.
Also, no more checks.
No more checks, but black's king is in awfully big danger. Apart from the c5, knight is also, rook is also hanging. No coordination with black's pieces. We have in the meantime some moves in the Liren game where the black king went all the way back to f8 to passive situation.
No, but Ding played king d3, not king f3,
King d3.
blocking the d file.
Yeah, but after rook a3, he would be going back to e4.
Guess so, yeah.
I mean, I like it from white side that black had to be, or he went back to f8. It's never a pleasure when someone's king is on a passive side. I'm making my, I have my Master Your Endgames with Judit Polgar course. I have my part 1 out, working on the second one. And I always like to emphasize the importance of the king. And this is a great example again for that, right? I mean, if the black king would be on d5, it would be a completely different story. From this respect, it's very interesting, no, in chess, that how different, if you split in it from one way, one understanding is that the game is as a whole, but if you split it up to opening, middle game, and end game, it has such a different rules and ideas behind it, isn't it? And
yeah, for me, particularly the end game feels like it's a completely different game often. Middle game, I'm curious, because people often ask me, like, how do I study the middle game, or do you have a good middle game book? To me, it's always been very connected to the opening, the structures you get. What do you think? Do you have any advice other than, well, of course, get Judith's course, first of all, but to how to study the middle game? Because it's often a question I get and I never know.
Well, I was definitely, my strongest part was middle game.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, many times I had difficulties in opening, so I had to be really good in middle game to be able to get back into the game. But middle game, I think the secret is to look many different games by champions and trying to understand the different pawn structure, the different plans, the same side castling, opposite side castling. You shouldn't be afraid of the complexity to try to understand, because a middle game, of course, when you have all your pieces practically, right? Most of the time you have your queen, both of your rooks, you have knights and bishops, or maybe 1 or 2 pieces are traded off. You have to understand very well the value of the pieces in different structures, for example, because you can easily win a game if you understand what kind of pieces just to exchange. You don't even need to blunder something or your opponent. You can get a great advantage by knowing where you have to place your rook in those openings, in these middle game structures, right? So I was always, when I was a kid, we had trainings in the opening, and after that we were playing training games on that. So to understand the middle game of it, because of course the opening, you study, you know more or less how to place your pieces, but you have to understand why those pieces have to be standing there. You have to understand what's the spirit of the position, that in such a position, you don't put your bishop on h3 because it's not going to be good. There are some d4 lines where bishop on h3, it just stands well, right? Because it's powerful that the rook cannot go to c8. And I think it's very important to look, and from this point of view, I completely agree with you that every opening has its very clear middle game patterns. And for example, to understand where do you develop your rooks, which lines, because it will pay off only 15 moves later, right? So what are the weak squares? How do you manage your pieces? But that also needs to be tried out and needs to be played in training games or tournament games. And of a middle game, you don't really find theory, right?
No, exactly. I think that's where people
go
wrong, that they look for middle game theory to study. Doesn't exist. There are games to study. And of course, after you learn a new opening, nowadays you can go on any playing site and just play a million games in them very quickly. You don't even need siblings or chess club or anything.
And I always suggest that when someone picks up an opening, take a look at the middle games, the whole game. For example, when I was preparing with my trainer that I want to pick up the King's Indian, the first thing was to take out games of Geller, of Kasparov, or Gelfand, and so on and so forth. And then you look their winning games, right? And then you will understand what you're playing, why your g7 bishop has to be open, how do you kill your opponent when you just make the pawn storm, in which different lines, what are the main things. And if you like it, then it's your it's your opening, because then you feel comfortable with that. Of course, it's not that simple, but generally I think with every opening preparation, you have to go and look how the middle game is unfolded. Because I know some players, for example, they like to avoid double pawns. And there are some structures you cannot avoid, right? I mean, you just simply cannot avoid. And if you hate them and you feel uncomfortable, then you will not understand and you don't feel comfortable playing those middle games.
No, I don't like them.
You also don't like them.
I'm always terrified, even here, that they take. Or even worse, some moves later.
Yeah, because it has a completely different spirit.
It's completely different chess. It slows down the game so much. It's I've looked at it enough. I understand where the pieces go, and I understand black is fight and so on. But it's just the type of chess where you don't have like direct contact of, okay, I go here, you go there. That one has to really put in time. And it doesn't make sense to look at the engine here that will tell you 0-0-0, make these moves. You have to look at games and start to feel it.
Yeah, I mean, after bishop c6, it seems like you're sitting in a great car, fast car, and you sit to a small car which is slow speed, right? And somehow, if your character is that you like to speed, it's difficult.
Exactly.
You will not speed in those kind of positions.
This pawn is pretty speedy now.
That
F7
will
on the
speed
board.
up, yeah. Well, actually, the game is over, right? Rook c8 is not possible because bishop b7. There's no other way to stop the queen, the pawn of the queen.
This you still play at the very least. No, f1, we give the check.
Well,
Now there was this choice between queen f6 or king e7.
yes, but he's not going to be queen f6. You know it and I know it. He just goes king e7 and waits for the handshake.
No handshake coming. Ale.
Well, what do you think about that? Wasn't it crazy when people were playing in tournaments finally and they couldn't handshake?
I still don't know if I meet people in real life. Like sometimes you offer the hand and then the other offers the fist or vice versa. It's very complicated, the handshake situation. I think we should all adjust to the Thai way of greeting. Exactly. Let's introduce it here. Solves all the problems.
Yes, but on the other hand, it's so strange when chess had its tradition that this is the respect for your opponent, right? If there were cases, very few cases in the last decades where players were not shaking hands, then it was something that, oh my God, what's going on? There's a huge scandal. What personal problems they have with each other, right? So it was something really bad if the players are not shaking hands. And nowadays, suddenly, you're really punished if you shake hands.
What's the status with Topalov and Kramnik? They're shaking hands again, right? Like, it must
I
have
don't
been
know,
10
but
years,
they
but I
both
think they're back.
retired, right? I mean, I don't know if Topalov retired. He just played in
Just
Norway.
played. Yeah.
But he's not so active anymore as far as I see.
No. But I think they made up more or less at some point. But those were notorious. Topalov had some guys he wasn't shaking hands with. No, maybe Nigel as well for a while. Not sure. But nowadays, yeah. If you don't see a handshake, it's mainly because of Corona. Awkwardness, I'm not sure we have any long-standing no handshake.
Well, this was
rivalries.
already in the candidates, right? So they had to play the first part of the candidates already with these very strange rules by not shaking hands and playing. I think they were playing already in mask, right?
I
No,
don't quite recall. I do not think so.
They were not playing in mass because they had to have the test every day.
Yeah, exactly.
But it must have been so strange for the players, like Grishchuk was telling already that, I mean, how can you play chess when your mind is about the whole thing, what's happening in the world?
Yeah. No, for sure. Here, Alireza made a move, rook c4.
Alireza played rook c4.
Repeat moves, guys, already. Get it over with.
They are fighting hard.
Yep.
Fighting it out until the very end.
Rook F1, yeah, no draw.
We are just finishing the 5th hour of play today.
And we thought Caruana Radjabov would be the long game. Maybe Ting Ali Reza will just go on forever. There's limited material though.
Rook F1 is an interesting try though.
Yeah. What do we do about it? Can we take for starters?
Ah, you're so brave.
Very brave.
I go E6.
I was a little afraid this could happen. Was too brave, yeah?
I would be afraid of taking that. E7. Okay, you want to take it. Yeah, this is possible.
This should be a draw.
That is a draw.
What else?
Well, king
G5.
king G8 is not possible because of
G8.
what?
What's the plan? Go to,
Well, I just go out from the
yeah.
possible checks. Yeah, knight D5 is not possible to rook D4 or immediately G5. Even G5, which I don't like at all. I don't like this move for black.
Why not? Covers the knight.
Because once you get E6, rook A8, I can visualize these mates, you know? And it helps because eventually it can appear on the board. Okay, I understand that rook A1, rook A4.
E6 we take.
At first, it doesn't look good for my eyes. Maybe for concrete reasons, it works. So what about rook A1, rook A4, rook B1?
B4 rook C1, and you have
That was the
triangulated.
I mean, I know most likely nothing really serious happens for black because you can go king F7 and you can even after rook C7, you can come up to E6.
I guess this pawn is enough of a distraction.
You can go rook C6 and it's a draw, right? Then I can go rook B6, rook F6. No, probably rook F6 first, and then rook B6. So I'm threatening with E6.
Or
Knight
I keep hanging rooks. Maybe here better. No, E6. Okay. Third try.
H4.
H4 played.
Which is not a bad move. I just don't understand what he wants after taking on H4. I would wonder who is playing for a win this game.
Probably both.
Both. Okay. Good that you tell me.
That's my guess. Here, knight D6. You have H3, yeah?
Well, I would think that I have an extra pawn there.
Yeah, it's an annoying one.
Well, knight E4 though. And finally something bad could happen.
Finally happened. Slightly mad.
Okay, so H4. No, then it's tricky.
How did we get here? Takes
Concrete.
somewhere.
And king e3.
3. No way out.
No, actually, it seems there is no way out. No, but I told you I don't like g5.
You did mention that.
I mentioned it because you don't give the opportunity for the opponent to have an F. That's why I was asking you who is playing for a win, because this is, for example, it was a very interesting point for me in quite a few games to understand that when you have a position that it's, you know that it's a draw, right? You know it's a draw. You know that you're not going to win this against Ding. White has to make some incredible, huge mistake to win, right? So in this kind of situation, what do? You're entering into the 6th hour of play. So what do? Your tournament is not rising. That's very clear. Still, you're playing number 2 in the world. And then what do you want to do? It's not that I play too much with number 2 in the world, but when you play against a strong player, right? So what do you say? You decide for yourself that, okay, I just want to draw, go home, focus on the next game. Or you're still hesitating. Well, maybe I can play knight f4, I can go g5, you never know. And have this back of your mind, you still hope for dreaming that your opponent will make a mistake. For example, Anand, in his career of, I don't know, already the last 20 years, he would never do something like that. He would just go, he knows, okay, I want to draw. What is the simplest draw? King g8, or we were looking, what, g6 or something. And then figures out what is the draw, calculates the draw, and just goes for it. And he's not wasting time that, well, maybe my opponent will screw up in some way, how to trick and what to do.
But yeah, he's been around. Ali Reza's 19-year-old Vichy, I'm sure. He had some tricky night moves in there.
This is why I say that I feel so much that he doesn't have the experience of playing the big guys. Because such a things, you understand that, okay, this is not where you have to look for a win. There are other positions where you have to look for creating chances for yourself.
But he played this nice move, knight e6.
That's a good move,
Looks
actually.
Like he still has things under control, stabilizing. It's a nice move. All right, Fabi versus Radjabov. We have the maybe last critical position where we talked about King e7.
Well, the reason you're saying that is the last critical position, maybe because it's the last position before the last
current critical position. Yeah. So let's look at this. King e7, King b5. Ale.
Ah, you go and fight with King b5?
Uh-huh.
Wow. Really?
I want to go here.
That's interesting that you can still play on this game.
Maybe even here, no? The king is nicely
I go g4.
tucked away. Whoa. And it's a new race. Let's go.
Okay, no. No, but if I cannot go f5, then maybe I shouldn't do that. King b5. No, you know what I do? Okay, I go g4.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go h4.
You want to go f5 without the check, huh?
Exactly. That was my point to play h4, that you don't have a check on g5. Actually, rook e5 check you have, unfortunately. But I would go h5, not f5.
All right. So what's going on? I push.
Which means, yeah, push h5.
Here.
Queen g8.
How does this end?
I can't believe this.
Run a pawn.
Rook b7. Rook b7, rook c7.
Mhm.
No, no, no. No, no, no. No, you know what I play in the previous move? Not queen g8, queen a8.
a8. If we push. I still have my stupid trick.
Yeah. Wow. King b5 is a powerful move after king e7.
It's funny, this square is really not so bad, yeah, like it's so well sheltered by the rook.
Well, okay,
and
queen
the knight
f6 is
covering
the
all this.
other one which we considered, right?
Yeah, this felt winning for white, but still worked. That's how you arrived at this king e7 move. No? But, I don't know how easy this is, like rook d8 or whatever.
But it means then that Fabi missed this rook d8 win, which was a much easier win
Yeah.
instead of f6.
No, he probably calculated till here, king e7, and thought game over, but now.
But what, after king e7, king b5 is not dead winning?
Oh no, we can check.
No, it should be
Start
dead winning.
engine.
Without this.
+3 still. Yeah, it's still
Only.
winning.
But he was much more, I think.
Queen h8. Yeah, looks at least not easy, the lines, no?
But what is queen h8?
It's by far the best move, apparently.
Obviously.
Also, the line makes no sense. Queen h8, queen f5, queen h6. Yeah, random stuff. Oh, it gives g4. You move a4. Check. f5. But okay, nothing trivial here. Yeah, like just messes. White might win, but. Oof.
Okay, so this is going to be still some tough journey for.
What if queen f6? Let me just see. Takes
Take
a4. Rook d8.
King b5.
And another race of these pawns. Oh no, a2. No, also not easy.
Knight a4.
Yeah. King g6 apparently still winning, but barely.
Rook b8, the key.
Nice. It's all super complicated.
Well, it seems like the game is just beginning.
Look at this position. Like rook a8, this was rook a5. The white is bishop c6 check, apparently winning. Well,
winning.
That's what it says, yeah.
Why would it be winning?
Fabi, still some calculating to do. And back, white wins.
Wow.
Easy. Dominating the knight.
If you have to wrap it up and say it in one word, easy.
Very easy win here with queen f6. Just have to spot that you allow black to queen, and then you don't go after
But
the
even
queen.
the
with
other
bishop
line
c6.
is crazy, that after rook c6, rook a8, king b4, rook a1, knight d5, rook f1.
Also easy, yeah.
I mean, also, it's not the most obvious thing.
No, there's still work to do. We're not done.
Well, and what about king e7, king e7, king b5?
Yeah, this was this, and Queen H8 the best move. Good luck with that.
No, G4 is the best. No, Queen H8. G4 is the best move. If you leave it for long enough, G4 is the move.
I'm willing to wager on Queen H8 here. It has a big lead, but maybe we leave it long enough, both will be +10. Who knows?
But actually, what's the point of Queen H8? Queen H8.
I have no idea. It's the first move. Let's find out. If A4.
Yeah, this is my question too.
Bishop E2, of course. Knight B and Queen B2.
Okay, now I understand Queen H8.
Pretty.
Okay, now I understand Queen H8.
No, we trust Fabi, but this is, once again, we'll have to ban him if he goes King E7, Queen H8. It's a tough spot for him, no? Because he thought, okay, I'll pull myself together here and calculate the easiest win if both sides queen and I just win. And now he realizes it's not so easy, and he probably knows he had Rook D8, which might have been much simpler. So this is far from done. What funny lines. I wanted to let the machine run after. What was it here? No, white is winning, but it's
but
no one can calculate this. No pieces are everywhere. No one has any good checks.
And it's winning not in a human way. That's
no, exactly.
That you are actually frustrated, that you think that he has to give his handshake. And then you have to realize King B5, and where is the win? And obviously, if you start playing G4 and H4 and stuff like that, queens are on the board, a passed pawn. You're not sure anymore if it's winning completely. Maybe you start doubting yourself, right?
Yeah, you can't keep control. You might win.
There are many options also.
Like play Queen F6.
He played Queen F6. Yeah, he wanted to go for the sure thing.
Understandable.
And
but this was also a mess, no?
Well, okay, it has to be exchanged, right?
Yeah. Hang on, is the other game over?
No, not yet, but a few moves away.
So, yeah, they're signing. Yeah, it's done. Draw.
They are signing, yes.
Yeah. Good fight.
Still no win with those guys.
Tough for Ding. Still no win. Good for Alireza. He stabilized a bit. Played a nice game. But yeah, neither side will be thrilled about how things are going. Here, of course, there's not much left.
Another tough match. They played more than 5 hours today. And Fabi has to work hard to convert his advantage against Radjabov. And he thought, I'm pretty sure, that it's going to be easier.
Even if he wins, it's tough. If he has to spend another 2 hours, a lot of energy, then tomorrow he has a rough black game against Hikaru. Like, it's, yeah. He will look back to this.
Well, for him, it's important that that wins the game, right?
Of course, of course.
After all, that's the most important. But yeah, I mean, you rather not waste energy at this point, where anyway you're working hard every day, many hours, and of course we shouldn't forget that the players are preparing quite a few hours also before the game.
Yeah, we only quote unquote see the 4 till 6 hours they're playing. But there's easily another, well, depends on who you are, but let's say 3 hours on pure preparation. And then, of course, there's all the other stuff that you do, going for walks and eating your meals.
What
so
actually...
It's very much a full-time job.
What is the routine of Magnus? Can you reveal that? Is he having breakfast and lunch as well, or?
There's not that much I can reveal because I've never seen him like during a match where I was tucked far away. What I do know that he likes sleeping, and I think he doesn't like to get up too many hours before the game.
Mm.
So I think he has this theory, which is probably true, that one should peak at some point in the game. And this is, I haven't heard this from Magnus, but that you're probably at your best like 5 hours after waking up, something like that. So I think usually he will wake up sort of late and then repeat some files probably that he got, depending on the situation, and try to go to play. But of course, he always adjusts to every tournament, to where you can eat, how long it takes to get to the playing hall, what time the game starts, and so on. But he does like sleeping late, that much we know.
Yeah, I remember when I was playing with Karpov in quite a few tournaments I mentioned before in Spain. And in Spain, you start always the game very late.
5:30.
Yeah, not like in Holland, you have 1:30 or 2 o'clock, something like that. And in Spain, you usually start 3:34.
That's early already.
Yeah, and then of course you have your dinner like 9 o'clock or something. And I had usually, well, later on, I didn't have breakfast. I had a late breakfast, early lunch. But Karpov, for example, many times I've seen him, he was going to have lunch like 3 o'clock or something. And from the restaurant, he went straight to the game.
Wow.
And I was very
That's surprising to me, because normally you're a bit tired and sleeping after having the lunch. No, so people try to have it
but
earlier or not at all. But
he was doing that. At least in '92, I remember very vividly that he was, and I was surprised that he's really having lunch just before the game.
Living the life.
So it's with the players. Everybody has different tradition. Like I was not eating during the game. Even drinking water, maybe tea, but I was not eating. And I remember when Magnus, for example, he was eating all these nuts and dried fruits and stuff like that. Or Korchnoi was eating chocolate, specifically like 2 hours after the start of the game. He had specifically when the coffee had to be given by Petra. Many players has these routines.
How would you do it if you have an early start? Like in FIDE, do you go for breakfast and then skip lunch, or how do you do it?
In FIDE, say late lunch, late breakfast, sorry.
Late breakfast, yeah.
Yeah, like usually in the tournament, they make it that you can go have breakfast until 10:30 or 11. And then obviously I would go the 5 minutes before closing. And then I eat, and then I go back, still prepare, relax, and then go for the game. So I don't eat there for like 5-6 hours easily.
That's the typical chess player behavior. No, you go to the breakfast the latest possible moment when there's still food to be had. I've never seen a chess player ask at check-in, what's the earliest I can get breakfast? Oh, great, it's 6:30. No, you always want to know it's till 10 or till 10:30.
Exactly. Exactly. But okay, we were asking what time do you have lunch, and until what time do you have lunch, right?
Yeah.
So in some cases where I could have lunch in the restaurant, if it's a 3-hour game, even, yeah, if it starts at 3, I would go for lunch, not for breakfast.
Fair enough. The good thing is in Spain, you can get dinner at any time. So even if they play till 10, they won't have a problem getting dinner in Madrid.
No, in Spain, the problem was that they didn't open dinner before 9 p.m.
Exactly.
So let's say I played my game in 3.5 hours or something. It's 8:30. And obviously, as I had only late breakfast or early lunch, but I was not eating much. I was eating a salad or something, a piece of fish. And then, you know, like we are dying of hunger. They say, sorry, it's half an hour more until we open dinner. And even in some places 9 or 9:30, because that's how in Spain the tradition is, right?
Yeah. How's it in Budapest? If you get hungry at 11 p.m., can you go for dinner at like a normal restaurant?
You can, but usually they are closing like, there are some restaurants closing between 11 and 1 a.m., let's say.
Okay. That's still decent. In Hamburg, 10:30, like you better know where to go. It's not so easy. Germans eat way too early.
Yeah, I mean, generally in Hungary also, I think it's more that you can stay in the restaurant after.
Yeah, exactly. But they say you can stay, but kitchen's closed or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you go in just restaurant at 10:30, as it's not going to be the very normal as they expect you when you go in at 8 o'clock.
Exactly. Okay, so it's similar. Just the food is better in Hungary. 6.
We have many good restaurants.
You have excellent food, yeah.
We have many good restaurants. Seems like it's a kind of sport to people to go. And we have many fancy restaurants also, unexpectedly, in the last 3-4 years. I mean, before the COVID, and then of course some restaurants had to be closed, and then they are start opening again.
Yeah. No, I think you have fancy restaurants in most big cities, but you can tell the quality by going to a quote unquote random place, and it's always excellent in Hungary. No, like even you don't have to look for anything. I've always been very impressed by food in Hungary.
We have many good places, yeah, and not being a very fancy place, just an average.
Yeah,
they cook pretty well. Why is Radjabov thinking?
He has to take, no?
Yeah, I mean, is there any other move? Maybe he's thinking of Queen E8, which we were talking about.
And King D6.
And King D6, but maybe after.
He's played Queen E8.
And what does he want? Knight A4 or what? Maybe Knight A4.
Okay, go King B5. Run here again. Knight A4.
Maybe
Knight on the rim. Allez. We win this? Yeah, we just win.
Well, you showed me before such an end games where with the piece down white was winning, so probably this should be win.
This should be easier. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe Fabi
here,
blundered Rook E7, Rook C6. What do you think?
Fabi doesn't blunder.
Hold on. King D6, Queen E3.
Hold up.
Knight B5 mates the threat.
But I have an idea. Does my idea work?
What? That's a nice one. Okay, I don't.
Fortunately, you're not forced to take. But...
Not a much of a choice. So I go King B5. I understand that King A6, King D7 mate, so I go King C4.
Dream. Where am I chasing this king? Like it will be safe somewhere. Still a mess, so I'll go for the MK.
Okay.
This should still win.
Okay, so we ended up the same position.
Yeah.
The only thing is that I played Queen E3 and not King B5 immediately. That's funny.
Oof. No, still hard work for Caruana.
Well, it's
60
not
minutes
funny.
was 18.
It's not funny after 5.5 hours of tough work that you have to calculate all these things.
Yeah. He can do it, but it will. If you compare it to Nepomniachtchi's game, no, like he plays his novelty, plays much better, calculates 3 lines and wins, and now he's had dinner and he's already in the hotel room watching a movie. He, yeah, can't be happy.
How were you able to relax and recharge for a next round after a tough game?
You know, I've always been bad at it. So if you have any good advice, I just watch TV series. But no, usually I think after a game, most people are quite decent at not instantly thinking about the next one, but to go for dinner, enjoy yourself a little bit, and try to switch your head off. But then once you're back to the room, I think it's very, very individual how people treat it. Also depends on how tired you are from the game of the day, no?
Yeah.
Did you have a routine? Do you watch movies or TV shows, or you read a book or anything?
Well, reading a little bit, yeah, magazines or a book. But of course, with the book, it's always a problem. If it's not a good book, then why do you read it? If you read it, then you want to read longer, right?
That's the problem, yeah. And you don't want to read till 3 a.m. like
Yeah, yeah. So
page
that's
turner.
why actually I was not reading during tournaments books.
Yeah.
And I had magazines, so I read an article or something, and then I don't have this temptation. Sometimes watching a movie, but not so much. Series I was not watching at all.
If you need guidance, I spent 20 very productive years watching all the series out there.
Wow.
Now I no longer have time because
But with series,
kids.
the problem is it's extremely addictive.
Tell me about it.
I mean, it's like computer games. That also I never got addicted. Only
Yeah.
when the first computer I got with my sisters, then we were in Hamburg and we learned how to use chess base, and then Frederick was showing us the Tetris, and then that we were playing because we never had a computer before. And then Tetris we were playing a little bit back many decades ago in the 90s. But later on, I know that many chess players were completely addicted to different strategic games, which you play for hours and hours and hours.
Nepomniachtchi, he's even excellent at one of these games, no? Like Dota 2, I think he's supposed to be. Or maybe he's an expert on the first Dota, but he's an expert in one of these games. Which, yeah, I don't know if it helped or hurt his chess career, but he played a lot.
No, I think there are many top players also who are playing or who were playing games.
I can't picture Vichy or Kramnik playing Call of Duty. Like,
Yeah, that's hard to imagine. But then poker came into the fashion for chess players.
that I'm aware of, yeah. But that
And
wasn't
then-
so much, or maybe it was addiction for some, but it was also just a way to make money from your home with a somewhat similar skill set than chess.
Yeah, but somehow it was tricky. And now look at Magnus, he plays again, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not sure he needs it to make money, but he just seems to be good at everything he does. Like, he's good at poker, fantasy football, chess. Must be nice.
So what is Fabiano panicking about? Is he panicking, by the way, you think? He's down to 10 minutes, just for your information.
I don't think he's panicking, but he can't be happy. He must be tired calculating still long, tricky lines there. Now after King D6, and probably feels he's winning, but it's very, very tough to calculate everything. No, King D6, you have to think about King B5, Queen E3, whatever other move.
Well, this is a very
difficult.
crucial game for him, I think. I mean, it's a huge difference if he's half a point behind or a whole point behind.
No, he needs this point also, yeah, just spirit-wise.
King
To
D6.
show Nepomniachtchi he's keeping pace. Speaking of pace, I got a pace upstairs. Do you want to keep going or you want a little break?
Sure, I can be looking the games.
All right, be right back.
Just give me the mouse. I can have the mouse, yeah. Okay, so what's the move now? Oops. So I guess I have this position, King D6. It is indeed a very funny position. So if Queen E3, let's have this Queen to E3. King cannot go to check at all. And then this Rook A7 was an amazing move. This was an amazing move. So all the viewers who are still following the game and being with us, with Jan and myself. You deserve to see some very good ending of this game. There are a lot of excitement because after rook a7, black cannot take because of queen f7 and queen b7 mate. So this is very important. Black will be going out to b5. We can see in the meantime that Fabiano is really focusing, and I think he's also sweating at this point when he was just touching his head. He's extremely focused. He knows exactly he has to be extremely sharp, having only 11 minutes on his clock. And it is kind of strange that suddenly the king goes through b5 to c4, and white has no check. And actually, at first, it seems that the king on d6 can be very vulnerable. For example, here queen d2 is a move to be, well, not afraid of, but to count on that. So rook b7 seems to be the good move, pushing away the king. So now king a6 cannot be done. This is a nice mate. You don't do this kind of checkmate every day, I guess. I'm not even sure if I ever gave a checkmate myself with a king. And after rook b7, so king a4 would be not really good, I guess, because it blocks the pawn from a5 to go to a4. And the other thing is, can we go bishop d1? Bishop d1 can be a move because after knight d1, I would be going queen a1. Right, queen a1, and then after queen a3, queen d1, and it's checkmate. But after bishop d1, black goes king a3. And let's say, what do we have here? After king a3, suddenly I think I can be in trouble with white. So maybe after king a4, what is the move that white should be playing here? Actually, for the moment, there is no threat by black. And this is why I think I better keep my, my bishop on f3. Maybe, yeah, that's a good question, how to win this with white, how to strengthen the position. Maybe white has a move rook e7. After rook e7, knight b5 can be the move. So what about playing bishop c6? But I think bishop c6 is a blunder because rook can take on c6, king takes c6, and then queen e4. And the problem is that if I go to b6 or c7, the knight d5 captures my queen with a check. So this is not funny. And otherwise, if king goes away, then the b7 rook is hanging. But I see there is a move played rook c4 in this position. So now white has to be thinking how to move and with which piece to move. The thing is that the white king cannot make any move right now. So this covered check is not possible for the moment. And this is the question, what is the best for white to play to win the game? For example, queen e6 can be an option to make a move, I think, though I'm not sure because after rook d4, king e5, it would be leading, it's a check. So black has to take on e6, takes. But right now, black doesn't even have to exchange because he can go rook f4. So this is a position where king e6 will not work. And we have to see that Fabiano goes down under 10 minutes. Radjabov right now has more time than Fabiano. He has nearly 15 minutes left. And I'm sure he's very optimistic because his position was much worse before. It was clear that Fabiano was much more winning. So now he has to be very careful. Look at this rook c7. And Fabiano is making this. Actually, this is a great move. I like this move very much. Because knight b5 check is possible, but after that, white goes king to d5, with a check and actually almost a mate already. So in this position, after rook c7, what is possible for black to do? Maybe he has to resign. Maybe this is finally the moment. Rook c7 is a very powerful move. Very powerful move. But what happens? Yeah, because rook d4 would be interesting. So queen d4, knight b5. But after rook d4, anyway, the discovered check mate practically in the next move is what's happening. So after rook c7, the problem for black, rook c7 doesn't work because king c7. If king b5, then bishop c6 just wins the queen. And in this position, if king a7, then queen b6 gives checkmate. And I see that Fabi, if you look at it, his body language tells that he's stressed, but I think he knows that by now he is now finally. This is the moment when he's going to be finishing the game and win the game. What happens if queen b8, let's say? King can go e7 or d7. Then black goes king to b5, and then rook b7 simply wins the queen. This is the move. So what else black have in this position? He cannot exchange the rook. He cannot go rook d4. He cannot go knight b5. But what else? What position? What move can he be going? Is there any saving move? Is there any move that can be done? What about king b5 immediately? What happens on king b5? Probably this must be the only move, I must say. I think we did not go king b5 yet. On king b5, well, let's see what happens if I go rook takes c4, takes, and queen e6. So this must be the question. Takes, a4. Wow. Look at this knight. I love this knight. It's the first time that it's not the bishop who dominates the knight and this whole game, but actually the knight is dominating the bishop because the bishop has simply no square on the important squares, which has to be for defense. So now f5, a3, f6, a2, f7, black wins first, again, as it happens so many occasions in this game. White goes queening f8. Incredible game, I must say, because look, this is already the second time where they are queening. So it's incredible. White had a double f pawn, which queened once when the b pawn queened. And now there's a second pawn, which is queening, and the a pawn queens. So this is quite a unique game. I've never seen similar to this, that there are double promotion and still the fight is very much going on. So after f8, it's clearly that white has a huge advantage, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's still winning because the king and the knight is very far away. At the same time, the h6 pawn is still under attack. Jan, do you see what's really going on? It's some very fun things happened.
I'm following your explanations. So you went for rook c7, and we're far from done. Yeah, like this is.
I think king b5 is the only move. I haven't seen anything else. Do you see something, any saving opportunity for black?
Okay, he can't take. There's no proper checks, so king b5 looks very forced indeed, no?
Basically, you cannot take. You cannot go knight b5. You cannot go rook d4. You cannot go queen b8.
Queen b8, that's pretty. King d7 is check, yeah?
Yeah. And so I think king b5 is the only move. That's what I see. But I don't know whether there is something else.
So what happens after king b5?
Are
Is
you
there-
showing or should I show it?
Ah, sorry, I can re-grab the mouse. So you looked at takes queen e6 with
Yeah.
good
because
winning
I don't know.
chances.
I don't know what else to do. If I give a check, I go king. I know this is possible. Bishop d1, of course. Bishop d1, king a3, rook b3, king a2, rook c3. But I'm not sure this is gonna win.
No.
Actually, the question is who is
Lose, yeah. What a
that's
mess.
why. Yeah, I mean, poor guys. They are really already playing 5 hours and 40 minutes, and still at this stage they have to calculate all this. And you can see on Fabi that he's very stressful. I think, I mean, he knows it, that it's the final part. He has to hang on and calculate and be sharp.
Be a shark, as Magnus would say.
Yeah, be a sharp shark. So after going back, so king b5, I think it is a win, actually. After king b5, exchanging the rooks and playing queen e6 exchange, I don't see how black can defend himself. Black goes first, queens, and then white queens again. Have you seen such a game where in such a high level there is 2 times queening?
Yeah, on the same square, more or less.
Practically
Yeah,
in this moment, we can say that we had 6 queens on the board.
yeah. It's hilarious. It's easy to forget that the queens they have right now are already the second queens.
Already the promotion queens.
Promo queen. So what else is there? King b5 forced. What are you saying? Can we try to use this guy?
You mean that this is a simpler way of winning, you think? I go
Queens
d4
would check.
Go rook d4, you go king e7 or king e6, right? After king e7, maybe knight d5, but that should be winning. King e7 then. It's hanging on c3, hanging the rook is hanging. But okay,
This we should win.
Very much winning.
Yeah.
So queen e5 is even simpler. You're right. You're right, because it means that white is going first and with a check. After queen e5 takes if the rook is exchanged.
Saving some time.
So actually Radjabov went down with his time already. So he's again at 5 minutes on his clock.
Also, any of these moves is far from easy. Fabi is so good at it. Also, rook c7 here with the kings all over the place. No, it's very impressive. Check, check. And there's no defense. Yeah, he plays king b5. What else?
He did play. So now the choice is for white to play queen e5 or exchange the rook first and then queen e6. There is another move. Queen f5 check is an option also. Look at that.
b4.
And then take on c4.
Pawn,
and,
can we take?
well, you're so greedy. Queen f8. Are you
Yeah.
sure you want to take that?
No, not at all.
No, sorry, knight b5. Hey.
Yeah. This is bad news.
I don't want to take that.
Poor king. Finally surrounded. Okay, but then, okay, we still have queen e6. But other than that, it doesn't change. Or does it? Rook b7. Knight b5 is again playing with fire.
Knight b5 actually wins. You take everything and bishop e2.
Black needs to lose a tempo even.
Well, again, actually, yeah, king b4.
Even this, I mean, this is winning probably, but like,
How is it winning?
yeah, exactly. We can't take.
We can't take.
No, it's not what you want.
Well,
My
it-
hunch would be it's
exactly.
winning.
So
but
he
who
has
knows?
quite a few choice.
Yeah, this queen e5 I like. Because it feels
But
like
hold on, we are blundering. Queen f5, king b4, rook b7, knight b5, rook b5, and queen b1.
Queen f5, queen b4, rook b7, knight b5. Sorry, rook b5.
Queen b1. And bishop d1.
Nice. That's pretty. And he's played queen e5 check. Yeah, pragmatic. Takes fe.
But then it means that queen f5 was a better win.
Let's see. Was
Queen
this
f5 was
forced?
a forced win.
But here we're set king somewhere, no? Which we didn't look.
But then queen a5. If queen a4, queen c2.
This.
Well, okay, knight a4. And we start all over again, or what?
I don't know. Probably still winning, but with the king on d6, how certain are we of
I
anything?
can't believe this. I mean, can you imagine how Fabiano is like thinking that it's incredible that how he's not winning?
He's so composed, no? Like queen e5, I like now at least. There's nothing.
Okay, finally, he
not
doesn't
that much
have
to blunder anymore.
he doesn't have an F pass pawn, but finally he has an E pass pawn.
Would be nice if he gets queens on f8 and e8. and
But
black
it's
on
like
b1
how
and
many
a1.
how many times do you have to win a game, right? I mean, really, how many times did he win this game already? And it's
Keeps
still
doing
not
it. He hasn't set a foot wrong. It's very impressive. Also credit to Radjabov, who's kept it going under very tough circumstances
Yeah,
for a
he's
long
fighting.
time now.
He's a great fighter.
Yeah. Hanging in there.
But okay, this also looks like dead winning, to be honest. I mean, the pawn is already on the fifth, so the black pawn is one behind. The bishop is strong.
I'll say maybe king e6 is even simpler now. The knight is hanging. Then we go.
Well, I don't know. King b4, king f7. Yeah, somehow the
F7.
pawn seems to be very fast.
Yeah. Not sure where the king goes, but let's say here. Check king g6.
Well, we can say that we have nearly 13,000 followers here watching, rooting for someone, or just having fun with us in these beautiful, spectacular lines, which we are looking continuously with all kind of promotions. But unfortunately, there will be no 6 queens on the board. Or will be? Will it be 6 queens? Ah, we can still.
Is there a
have-
way? Rook c6 check? No,
No,
it has
there
to be
is no
most
way.
yeah, takes.
Yeah.
a4.
A4, E6, E7, and queen number 5.
Queen number 5 wins the day.
But that goes with check. And we have king C7 on the board.
What is he planning to do? Like, maybe king c5 or how?
King
you want to
C5,
continue?
knight B5, knight D6, but I think it's completely hopeless.
Bishop just stops the pawn, no?
Bishop D1, let's say. No, that is not.
This is not the way. Sorry.
This is the way not to do it.
But this.
But you have to be precise and go bishop D1, bishop B3, and then.
Now it's over.
Fine.
King c5. Bishop c6 might also be possible. but why bother?
But the knight D5, watch out.
Yeah, I'll find a way to win with black here.
No, you cannot find a way to win.
To lose with white is more
Yeah,
precise.
that's another story.
But Fabi is not messing around. Plays e6.
Fabi is not that kind. E6
Here.
is on the board. And nothing will stop Fabi's e-pawn to queen. Nothing. The only thing can stop him if black resigns before that. Incredible game. What an energy consuming game for Fabiano. Of course, for Radjabov as well. And both of them will be dead tired. They're just finishing the game in the end of the 6 hour round 7. And Fabi still has a lot to work to go after Nepo and chase him in the first place. That's for sure.
It's an impressive performance again by Caruana the whole tournament. He's been very impressive, but he won't be the leader, even if he wins that one. What big games coming up? Next round, Caruana will be black against Nakamura. Then round 9, he's white against Nepomniachtchi. We better hope for his sake that he still has any energy left after this giant struggle today.
Well, absolutely. I think after this, first of all, he's going to go to the restaurant eating up whatever food as fast as possible he gets, I guess. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, players really, they lose quite a few kilograms with such a game. I think he might have lost like 2-3 kilos on this game. Sure. And let's face it, Fabi is not a fat guy.
Yeah, there's not that many kilos to lose, Fabi.
No. But it was a very energy-consuming fight. It's one of the most crucial games. Actually, it's the most crucial game, I think, so far for Fabi. Because this was really the game he had to win to stay in the race. Well, okay, it's not over yet. Sorry for those who are Radjabov rooters, but objectively, I can say that there is not much to do. The only thing is
No, I think Radjabov will probably resign if he sees e8 queen is not being played here. Yeah, if the bishop g4 or bishop d1, there's not much to hope for. There we see Fabi. And Radjabov resigns. He doesn't wait for e8. He understands Fabi has spotted that.
Absolutely beautiful game. I mean, with ups and downs, but it was very clear that Fabi completely outplayed Radjabov. And he showed his class.
Also from his side, not even that many downs. So it was more like, but I've done everything right. Why am I still not winning? And the composure he showed to keep winning the game. I'm very impressed by Caruana. Yet again.
And this is the thing, right? That you make mistakes, you let it go a little bit, but still at the end, you go back and you grab it back. You don't give up. You know that, okay, you made a mistake, but I have to go back and I have to win it again. I have to collect this game. And but he can do it. He can do it, and he did it in quite a few times as well.
So resilient. And yeah, I think the only move that maybe he could be kicking himself for was not going for this rook d8, which looked much simpler than what he chose. But he never let the win slip. No, he was always winning, just he made himself work extra hard.
Yeah, but I think this also happened because what is the first thought you have, right? If you have your first idea that f6 wins, and you just simply start calculating what he played, f6, b2, f7, b1, f8, queen g6, king e7, or whatever he was thinking, he sees that he's winning, so why to look for something more?
Yeah.
And this, especially when time is ticking, he went down in time a little bit because he got he found some defensive ideas probably already for Radjabov, and then here he was again thinking quite a lot, deciding whether king e7 or queen f6. This was an important part.
I think he had planned king e7 from afar. He saw no more checks and thought it's over. And then rightly he had to reconsider, where he spotted this is not over yet, pulled himself together again, found queen f6. And well, calculate everything. What an effort by Fabiano Caruana, who stays within half a point of Jan Nepomniachtchi, who won his game very convincingly, but a bit of a gift by Rapport today. Rapport refused to go for the move repetition here. After he had been out-prepared, the players blitzed until this position, so clearly Richard had checked it, but he had not spotted bishop h3, which is a bit mysterious. And then he refused to repeat moves here, and also here there was still the chance. Instead, try to keep the game going with knight to d2, after which objectively he's worse, as we've been informed by Stockfish and Nepomniachtchi never gave him a chance. So smooth victory for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who stays in the sole lead. Everybody else is more or less out of it now. Do you think anybody else has a chance to win the tournament if we look at the standings now?
Well, I very hardly can imagine that Nakamura could start winning his games. Of course, there is still in the next few rounds. We have Nakamura playing against Caruana tomorrow, so that will be kind of a crucial game. So if he would win there, then maybe he can be still there a little bit. But after tomorrow's game, if he's not winning, I think then it's kind of over from being, if we are realistic. So this seems that really, not only point-wise, but also in form, that we see that Fabiano is playing very well his preparations. He's not surprised. He handles very well the surprises. He has the energy to finish the game. So he's under control, I must say. And with Nepo, he's just, he's ups and downs. And I said that, well, he had some games which was a little hot and difficult, but somehow he's taking it in a very practical way, and he's taking every opportunity. He turns things on his favor, whatever situation there is. So I think so far he's very strong psychologically, and also, of course, he plays when he gets the opportunity to save the game or win the game. He's there. He's there and takes the point.
Yeah. I wonder if the tournament will come down to this final position in Nepomniachtchi Caruana, which might be a bit early to say because they still have 7 rounds to play. But here, Caruana couldn't find anything better than the move repetition. And there was the option to take the rook on b2, to take the bishop on b2, play a3, computer said. Black was borderline winning. But it looks like our program has had enough chess for today as well. It doesn't want to put the rook all the way there. So we'll have a quick look at the pairings of tomorrow and then call it a day. Here we are. I think what you have to do, I know it's going to hurt, but you have to predict a Rapport loss tomorrow. It's the only chance to get him back on track, or draw at least.
No, he should win finally.
I know.
He should win after all. But of course, for Jan, I mean, he's such a strong guy as well. A lot will be depending on their mood, on Richie's mood, because of course he must be frustrated that he went out of the repetitions. But well, maybe this time I will just say it's a draw.
Yeah, gotta switch it up. Nepomniachtchi versus Ding. I'm losing hope in my pre-tournament prediction of Ding. He just doesn't manage to win a game. He needs to win a game. Nakamura, Caruana, not much more needs to be said. That's a giant game. And Alireza, Radjabov, both on -2. We'll see if one of them wins their first game. That's it for today, Judit. It's been a pleasure, long day, but what games they keep giving us. Thank you so much. If you want to see more of Judit out there, check out her course on Chessable. Master Your Chess, Volume 1 is out there.
Thanks.
That's it for today.
Have a good rest and come back tomorrow. Join us.
the Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double age.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight draw.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.